My boyfriend and I live in a big party city, so we're pretty used to strange neighbors and odd people. But 1 month ago, we had a really unsettling encounter. We just got the full context today. We live in a subunit of a larger house, and our landlord and one other person live in the other units of the house, and we noticed that our landlord had brought a few different dates over to the house. We didn't mind, and we weren't surprised when a girl was walking around the property. Last month, we went to sleep at about midnight and woke up 30 minutes later to knocks at the door. I told my boyfriend not to open it, but he said it was the girl that we saw earlier. I still felt very uneasy about the situation, so I put my clothes on and grabbed my keys and picked up our dog in case I had to run out the back door. I then go stand in the hallway next to the front door so I can hear the conversation, but she can't see me. She sounds very drunk and she tells my boyfriend that she's my landlord's fiancée. I am somewhat confused by this because of our landlord's other dates. However, she starts talking about how we're good tenants and mentions personal details about us, so we assume that she actually is his fiancée. She asked my boyfriend for a lighter for a cigarette, and we expect this to be the end of the interaction, but she then tells my boyfriend that our landlord is at a hotel cheating on her right now. My boyfriend responds with, "Oh, wow." And then she started flirting with my boyfriend. She invited him to come swim in our landlord's pool with her, and he declined. Now I'm starting to get less scared and more annoyed with this chick. She's rambling about a bunch of different topics and basically holding my boyfriend hostage. And finally, she gets to our neighbors. She starts going on some racist rant about them, using slurs that I have literally never heard in real life because they're that bad. And at this point, I'm pretty sick of this woman, so I step into the door frame and tell her that we have to wake up early. She was clearly shocked by me showing up, and this is when her face changes. She glares at me, and suddenly we aren't good tenants anymore, and she calls us white trash for not taking our garbage bins out in time for trash day. She screams that she's going to get us evicted if we don't get on her good side, and at this point we just close the door in her face. We had a really long discussion about whether or not we should complain to our landlord about her, and we assumed that he actually was dating this girl and that she just happened to be crazy. She probably caught him cheating and was trying to sleep with my boyfriend for revenge or something, but realized that wasn't going to happen. Eventually, we decided to text him. He apologized for the situation but was very vague. He doesn't mention that she is not his fiancée and that he'll remove her, and we assume that this is the end of it. For the last month, she's been blasting music, banging on the walls, taking things out of the shed, and coming into our section of the backyard in the middle of the night. I was absolutely terrified the first week and couldn't sleep at all. I would stay up all night listening to sounds and staring at our back window to see if she was in our yard, and eventually I just kind of got used to it. Our landlord had basically vanished. We hadn't seen him for the entire month until today. And today my boyfriend is walking our dog when he sees our landlord back on his porch, and our landlord finally tells us the full story. He went on a few dates with this woman and she seemed totally normal. Eventually, they go back to his section of the house, and when he wakes up, she's behaving much differently. He asks her to head out while he's at work, and he comes back and she's still there. And it turns out that this is what she does. She goes home with men and invades their home until they get her lawfully evicted. My landlord went to a different property for a month while he worked on a case to get her evicted. And we found out that she got served an eviction warning the same day that she came to our house, and that's why she was flirting with my boyfriend in an attempt to squat in our home. And that's why she was so angry when she found out that I lived there too. My landlord actually negotiated a way to get her out of the house a few days early. He bought her a one-way flight to another state, so if you live in the Midwest, watch out. She's coming north, and I'm very thankful that it's over here. Surprisingly, this is one of those stories I forgot about until a few days ago when I was talking to a school friend on call and I got reminded of this. She was pretty freaked when I told her. You see, this happened when I was roughly maybe 7 or 8, so some of the details are a bit fuzzy, but I remember it pretty vividly. This may seem like unimportant context, but my family had just moved to America and were renting the top portion of your regular suburban house in a pretty safe cul-de-sac. I had friends, they were triplets, about 3 or 4 houses down, not far at all, and every day I'd go hang out with them, and around 9 or 10 in the night, my older brother, around 11 or 12 I'd say, would make the 2-minute walk and come and get me and walk me home since I was pretty young. One night he came to get me as usual. The sun wasn't fully down, but it was getting pretty dark. We started down the walk as normal when he started casting glances over his shoulder. I didn't really notice until he shoved me hard away from the sidewalk and between 2 houses. Each house had a huge fence that separated their backyard, not ours though, and he'd made me crouch behind the fence. I remember being really scared, but more confused since I had no damn idea what the hell was going on. More specifically, he was a pretty big prankster. Once he convinced me my older sister crashed her car into the ocean, so I didn't really believe him when he turned and said, "Walk behind the houses. I think someone's following us." Now looking back now, he was probably trying to keep me calm. However, whatever calm was left in my tiny 8-year-old body was gone the moment that I turned around and looked. The man had followed us behind the houses, and he was just by the edge of a few houses down near a different fence line. He had a black hoodie on, with the hood up, black sweatpants, and white sneakers. I had pretty bad eyesight due to some health problems, but back then it was crystal clear, and I could see with horrifying clarity that his jaw was just hanging open, like he was just standing there with his jaw hung open. It was horrifying. I think now that I'm older, maybe he had some kind of medical condition that affected his jaw, or maybe he did crack, I don't know. But back then, I could have sworn on God that I was seeing some kind of demon. Now anyway, my brother, when he saw that I was looking and getting ready to freak out, he told me, "Just run, as fast as I can to our house." And we booked it. Neither of us looked back, but we were so scared out of our minds. And like I said, we only rented the top portion of the house, so the bottom, with a sliding door in the backyard, belonged to some other tenant. I don't remember if she was home or not, but I remember tugging that thing open and locking it as fast as I can, and when I looked up, he was there in the yard, a little away from the door, just staring at us, with that jaw. Me and my brother told my sister and my mother immediately. My father was away for a work trip at the time, but nothing came of it. Not until the day after. We went to meet my dad at his warehouse, which had a small live-in portion above it where we lazed around until he was ready to head home with us. Around dusk, he came up and told us that we might have to wait since the police were there. He walked us around to the back window of the small area to show us police officers all around the backyard area of the warehouses. There were a few in line and a white van parked on the grass by the edge of the woods. Like I said, I was pretty young, so I don't remember many details of what actually happened, but I do remember my dad, who hadn't been told about the day prior, telling us that they found a man and a woman in the van. The man, he said, had his mouth hanging wide open. He seemed really disturbed while telling me about the whole thing and wouldn't answer any more questions about the woman. Maybe she was dead, I have zero idea. I do know that they were arrested on trespassing charges. I don't know anything else, and I haven't asked about it. I doubt that he'd remember. It's been over a decade, and he's pushing 70, but it freaks me out to this day. I still can't believe it happened, and I don't have any answers for it. I talked to my brother briefly about it in hopes that he remembered more than I do, but all I got was a long tirade about whatever medical condition the guy probably had for his mouth to be like that. He's an annoying medical student now, and sometimes I think maybe the guy didn't mean any harm and was just drugged out of his mind, but this was in the world's safest neighborhood and doesn't explain why or how he showed up at my dad's workplace. This all happened to my dad way back when I was a kid, so I have no memory of it whatsoever, and all I have to go on is what he's told me. But here goes. When I was younger,
my mom and dad were in a kind of precarious financial situation, so we rented out the second floor of what was quite a large house to this older lady named June. Well, one day, she starts getting behind on her rent, and my parents understanding at first, but after a while, she started acting more and more squirrely, as they put it, and the relationship between her and my parents got worse and worse. At first, it was just excuses as to why she didn't have the rent. After that, she got more and more aggressive every time my dad brought the subject up. In the end, she owed 4 months' worth of rent when my parents finally decided that they couldn't have June living there anymore. It wasn't an easy decision either. They'd started off really liking each other, but the situation had just soured over time. So then, one day, Dad goes to confront her and tells her that they want her to move out. Dad says he was expecting quite a confrontation, but to his surprise, June said she had the cash for 2 months of back rent and promised to get him the rest by the end of the following month. My dad said that this was obviously a welcome turn of events, and he accepted June's invitation to come up to her half of the house so she could give him the cash. She asked him to wait on the landing, which was decorated as a kind of sitting area with a coffee table and a few chairs. Then she went off to get the money. Dad said that he waited for a little while. Then as time started to drag on, he got more and more impatient. He went off looking for June, but he found that she'd locked herself in her bedroom. Dad asks what's going on, but June says everything's fine, and she's just looking for the cash. Dad asks why she'd locked the door, but she repeats that she's looking for the cash and that everything is fine. Dad then waits some more, growing more and more frustrated, but the next time he calls June's name, she won't reply. Dad then puts his ear to the door because he can hear whispering, and he's almost certain that he hears her saying, "Help me, please. I'm trapped in here." It takes Dad a second or two to figure out what's going on, and he said at first he started asking her, "Are you okay in there? What's going on?" But again, she doesn't answer him. Dad said he was thinking, who the hell is she talking to? But then a minute later, it dawned on him. She's talking on the phone, and by the sounds of it, there's a good chance the person she's talking to is a 911 operator. Dad's suspicions were confirmed a few minutes later when he heard sirens in the street outside, and he went out to meet the cops to explain how it was all just some kind of false alarm. The cops said that June said that she had been violently assaulted by the homeowner, i.e. my dad. But since that wasn't remotely true, he was only too happy to allow them entry into our home. Dad showed them up onto the landing, how there were no signs of any struggle or anything, and then directed them to the room where June was held up. Once she heard the cops were there, June opened the door, but only allowed them entry into the room and not my dad. Minutes later, the cops came out again, saying to Dad, "You're not under arrest right now, but she needs more medical attention," referring to June. My dad panics and once again explains to the cops that he didn't hit her, and that he's genuinely stunned at how she'd gotten hurt when just moments before she'd been fine. But then the cops are all chill with him and explain they know that he hadn't hit her because they can clearly see where this lady had been bashing her head with something blunt in the same place over and over again. The lady said Dad punched her, and there was no way those wounds came from punches unless my dad was wearing a brass knuckle or something. And after talking to my mom, who had been sitting downstairs the whole time and had heard nothing, they let the EMTs take the lady to the hospital, then waited a few days before telling her that there was no case against my dad. They didn't charge her with a false report, which made my mom really angry, but it did give my dad enough leverage to get her gone once and for all. He said if she hadn't moved out by the end of the month, he was going to sue her for filing a false police report against him. Dad said that he wasn't even sure how that'd work, but he sure as hell scared that lady enough that she packed up and found somewhere else to live. I have a vague memory of this woman, but no memory of all the drama that unfolded. But my mom and dad say it was a particularly stressful time in their early parenting days. After all, They were sleeping in the same house as some obviously crazy woman with her kid who was still only like 3 or 4 years old at the time. And it kind of creeps me out to think about sometimes too, because if she'd do that kind of thing to herself, who knows what she would have done to us if the urge had suddenly taken her.
Way back in May of 1995, a 29-year-old truck driver named Devin Eugene Williams was living in Americus, Kansas with his wife and 3 young children. Having just moved into a brand new family home, Devin's wife would later say it was the happiest point in their marriage. But beneath the surface, something terrible festered and unfurled. Devin was described by friends as a patient and good-natured young man, but just weeks after beginning an exciting new chapter in his life, he disappeared without a trace. On Sunday, May 28th of 1995, a 48-foot, 10-ton, 18-wheeler semi-truck hurtled through Arizona's Tonto National Forest. The roar of its engine was so loud that 2 campers, named Lynn and Jack Yarrington, temporarily halted their hike to see what all the commotion was. They approached the nearest highway, then seconds later, spotted a speeding 18-wheeler recklessly careening back and forth along a stretch of road it was most certainly not suited for, and all at breakneck speed so fast it sent a shiver down the Yarrington spines. Another group of hikers, this one traveling by car, suffered a hair-raisingly close call when the same 18-wheeler drove head-on at them following a chance encounter on the highway. The hikers were able to swerve out of the truck's path, and each avoided sudden and violent deaths, but later stated that the truck's mustachioed driver had remained disturbingly expressionless despite narrowly avoiding his own complete annihilation. Later on that day, a group on their way to a picnic spotted the stationary truck, which by that point had swerved off the road and become stuck in a field. After stopping their vehicle, one of the picnic group climbed out of their car and asked the truck driver if he needed any help. The driver's reply was as chilling as it was confusing. "They made me do it," he said, as if answering a question that hadn't been asked. The Good Samaritan, a man named Charles Hall, reportedly asked the truck driver, "Who made you do what?" To which the driver replied in a panicked voice, "No, you can't help. No one can. I'll never get it out of there. I'm going to jail." When Charles heard the word jail being thrown around, he realized that he might have stumbled across something deeply sinister. He agreed to leave the truck driver alone, but later contacted the local sheriff's department, speaking to a Deputy Wells regarding the man's suspicious demeanor. Much like the campers, the deputy was confused as to why such a large vehicle would drive along unsuitable forest roads and went to investigate. Upon his arrival, he discovered the semi stuck in deep mud within a meadow not far from Forest Service Road 137 in the Buck Springs area. Once Deputy Wells looked inside the truck, he discovered the cargo within undisturbed and intact, 1,200 boxes of lettuce and strawberries with the refrigeration still running. The vehicle appeared completely abandoned and the cab had been firmly locked. Deputy Wells checked his national crime computer and learned that there were no reports submitted for either a missing truck or a missing driver. He also later stated, upon peering through the window of the truck's cab, he noted the interior was well kept and there was no indication that any foul play had taken place. Later that day, Lynn and Jack Yarrington were driving along Forest Service Road 321 when they came upon a man standing among some trees at the roadside. According to the Yarringtons, they stopped their car, only to see that the man was kneeling on the ground, staring at a tree, and appeared to be mumbling to himself. The couple said it was impossible to make out exactly what he was saying, and after Jack asked if the man needed any assistance, he replied simply, "I've got to light the grill." Moments later, Jack watched as the stranger produced a $20 bill from his shirt pocket. The stranger then picked up a rock, held the bill to the ground, and began striking it with a stone, as if attempting to spark a flame. Deeply alarmed by what they were seeing, the Harringtons returned to their car, only to have the stranger scream unintelligibly before he hurled the rock in their direction. He then appeared to stumble into the Arringtons' direction, prompting them to immediately flee the scene. Only later was the strange man confirmed to have been the truck driver, Devin Williams, and sadly, it marked the last time he was ever seen alive. When he failed to stick to his delivery schedule and confident in the belief that he'd never willingly abandon a shipment, Devin's coworkers reported him missing. Investigators began to track Devin's movements leading up to his disappearance and learned he'd left his home on May 23rd, heading west on a route that he'd taken many times before. He successfully delivered his haul to California, reloaded his truck for his trip back to the Midwest, and then had a brief conversation with his boss, Tom Wilson. Wilson later stated that everything seemed fine and that Devin wasn't acting out of the ordinary. He was punctual, seemed lucid, and gave no indications that anything was wrong. A few nights later, on the evening of Saturday, May 27th, Devin arrived in Kingman, Arizona. He would call his boss for the second and final time, ensuring him that he'd make it to Kansas City on schedule, but added an eerie addendum when he complained of insomnia. His boss reportedly asked if he'd be able to complete his journey, but Devin once again assured him that he'd be fine. Yet according to police reports, Devin never even made it out of Arizona. Arizona missing persons detective Bruce Cornish would later state that he and his team were completely flummoxed when it came to Devin's potential fate. He was neither a criminal nor a drug user and had no history of mental health problems prior to his disappearance, meaning easy explanations were hard to come by. This led many to theorize that Devin's disappearance was entirely voluntary, with some pointing to the fact that certain personal items had been removed from the truck. Nevertheless, authorities mounted a large-scale search for the missing trucker, utilizing foot patrols, search dogs, off-road vehicles, and dozens of civilian volunteers. Search teams were told to look for scraps of clothing and even bone fragments, but despite days of searching, not a single trace of Devin Williams was ever found. This also made for a chilling anomaly, as up until that point, the Scottsdale-based search and rescue team charged with recovering his remains had yet to come up short in the course of a long-term search. Devin's disappearance marked the first time that they'd failed to bring home a missing person, either dead or alive, which, to many, was as eerie as it was perplexing. 2 years later, on May 2nd of 1997, two hikers were tracing the bottom of Gila County's Mogollon Rim when they stumbled upon the remains of a human skull. Dental records would later confirm what many had first feared. The skull belonged to the missing trucker, Devin Williams. Although the skull had been damaged, a coroner determined that it was impossible to conclude if this was the result of a deliberate, violent act or the result of scavengers consuming a corpse following an otherwise accidental death. Some suggested the erratic behavior Devin displayed was the result of a diabetic episode. Others argue sleep deprivation or mental illness were to blame. Some even purport that Devin was the victim of a slow form of carbon monoxide poisoning following a leak in his truck's cabin, but to date, no such theory has been irrefutably confirmed. Devin's wife, Mary Lou Williams, still longs for a day when explanations of her husband's fate will be beyond dispute, but she also stated that with each passing year, the hope of seeing such a day slowly and painfully decreases. Mary Lou has said that back when her husband was listed as a missing person, the lack of conclusive answers caused her children terrible suffering. Yet the discovery of Devin's skull brought only a sliver of morbid closure to the family, as many questions still remained. For example, what caused Devin to stray so far from his intended route? And if his state of mind was affected, what exactly caused such a catastrophic mental break? However, some suggest that Devin was well within his right mind when he swerved his truck off the road, as prior to his abandonment, he ensured the cab was locked. Unless Devin suffered some kind of rapid mental breakdown in the space of just 2 to 3 hours, then something frightened him so badly that he did things that most would consider to be highly and unhealthily irrational.
Some say fear can drive a man to madness, in which case, what was Devin Williams so deathly afraid of? And could it possibly explain why his broken skull was found just a few years later, less than a mile away from the spot where he disappeared?
I used to do a lot of wilderness hiking in real remote, inaccessible locations, and this is the story of the weirdest, most unsettling thing I'd ever come across. The woods had been quiet that day. I'd been hiking alone for 3 days, and the sense of isolation was starting to feel heavy. The trail was overgrown with trees pressing in close, and the further I went, the less it felt like a trail at all. I liked the feeling, though. It was the reason I visited places like that in the first place, to feel like I was stepping into a world untouched by anyone else. Around mid-afternoon, I came across what looked like a clearing, and then as the trees started to thin out, I saw it. It stood in a small clearing, perfectly centered as if someone had placed it there with care, maybe 8 feet tall and made of dark, weathered wood. It wasn't just a piece of wood, though. It was carved, roughly but with purpose. Faces were etched into its surface, crude and uneven, some long and narrow and others wide and round. They stacked on top of one another, staring out into all directions, and as I stared at them, I figured out what it was. It was a totem pole. But what caught my attention most were the teeth. The totem was covered in them, jammed into the wood like little pieces of decoration. At first, I thought that they were all animal teeth. There were long, curved ones like from a deer, and sharp ones that might have been from a dog or a wolf. But then I saw others, smaller and straighter, ones that looked almost human. They were yellowed and cracked, and some still rooted in fragments of jawbone, and my stomach turned and I stepped back on instinct. I didn't stay long. The thing felt wrong, like all those carved eyes were watching me, and I wanted to forget what I'd seen, but it stayed in my mind with me as I walked. The forest didn't seem the same after that, though. The air was heavier, the shadows felt longer and darker, and I decided to cut the day short and set up camp further from the clearing, maybe a mile away. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me sit up, and as much as I told myself it was just animals moving through the underbrush or the wind stirring the trees, I couldn't help feeling like something was out there, watching me. I didn't light a fire. It felt safer to stay in the dark, even though I was freezing, and I thought that I might not sleep a wink that night, but eventually, exhaustion took over and I drifted off. And I dreamed about teeth. And in the morning, I packed up and left as quickly as I could. I didn't go near the clearing again, I didn't even look back. I've done a lot of solo hikes, but that was the first time that I felt like I wasn't alone, and I didn't like it. And a year later, curiosity got the better of me. The memory of that totem had stuck with me, but I started feeling like maybe I'd been overthinking the whole thing, and started to wonder if I'd imagined parts of it or blown them out of proportion. And so I went back. That time, I brought a disposable camera with me, one of those cheap ones that you wind up by hand, and I wasn't expecting to find the totem again, but I figured if I did, I'd want proof to send to you. And the forest felt different on the second trip. The overgrowth wasn't as dense as I remembered, and the trail was easier to follow, less wild, and I reached the clearing by late afternoon, but the totem wasn't there. The spot was empty, just a patch of dirt and grass where it should have been, and I walked in circles around the area looking for signs that it had been moved, but there was nothing. No drag marks, no holes where it might have been anchored, and it was as if it had never been there at all. But I know what I saw. The teeth, the carvings, the faces. It wasn't something you'd forget, but there was no trace of it. I took pictures of the clearing anyway, just to prove myself that I'd gone back, and when I got the photos developed, they showed really nothing but trees and grass. No shadows or odd shapes in the background, just an ordinary patch of forest. And I stopped telling people about it after that, and the few times I tried, I could see it in their faces. The disbelief, the very polite nods, the way their eyes shifted as they looked for a way to change the subject. And I get it. If someone told me a crazy story like that, I'd probably think that they were making it up too. But I know what I saw. I know how it felt to stand in front of that thing, and how the air seemed to just sort of hum with something I couldn't explain. And I know the fear that kept me awake that night, the sense that something was out there in the dark. And even now, I can't think about it for too long without feeling a chill run down my spine. I haven't been back to that part of the forest since then. I still hike, but I stick to trails that I know, places where other people go, and I don't like to be too far from civilization anymore. It's not the wilderness that scares me. It's the things that you can't explain, the things that shouldn't be there, but are. This account pertains to my current upstairs neighbor. He disappears for weeks at a time, and then will suddenly hear what sounds like a slaughterhouse happening at 11 p.m. on a weeknight, announcing that he's now home. There's been a lot of things that have happened, but the top two that pretty much sum up everything you need to know about just how creepy this guy is this. One day I was bringing up groceries and he offered to help. I told him thank you and assumed that he would just take the bags to the second floor landing, place them outside the door, and then continue up to his apartment, like our other neighbor who has done this exact thing before. He follows me back out to my car and then stands about 4 inches behind me as I lean into the trunk of my car to get the last 2 bags. He takes all of the bags and then walks upstairs. As I finish saying the, "Oh, thank you, you really didn't have to do that," lines and unlock my door, he goes, "Oh, it's no problem. I know your old man leaves for work early and you're home alone." I barely open the door enough to walk into my apartment before I can turn around, and he's walked in. He opened up my fridge and puts the milk in, and he starts looking around our apartment and into our bedroom. And now, just for context of why I didn't flip out and start screaming, it was 8 in the morning and the 2 other people who live in our building were gone, so literally no one would have heard me. He's probably 6'2" and I'm 5'5" if I have on some thick shoes, and I say, "Okay, thanks for the help, I'll see you around." And he continues to dig through the fridge and looking towards my bed. Then he turns and starts stepping towards me, and then he realizes that I have a very large butcher knife 4 inches away from my hand, and then he chooses to leave. I call my husband, who's at work an hour away, crying, and tell him what just happened. That night he goes to confront the guy, and he won't answer the door. And so my husband goes up the next day, and the guy breaks down crying and tells my husband he doesn't remember anything and he's so sorry and he was just trying to be very neighborly. And my husband just tells him, "My wife's a tough girl, and she can carry the groceries up herself." Sometime later, we woke up one night hearing someone yelling and screaming outside. When we look out our living room window, we see the upstairs creeper with blood streaming down his face. He could barely stand, screaming at the police, "I'm not going to the damn hospital." Apparently, he had gotten into a fight at the pool hall down the street with 4 or 5 other guys and gotten his ass kicked. Eventually, the cops got a hold of him and took him to the hospital in cuffs. And the next morning, I went to go get groceries alone, and my husband didn't have to work that day. When I came home, he was standing outside smoking a cigarette, and you could tell that he was still messed up from whatever he was on the night before. This time, he walked straight up to the car and acted like he was waiting for me to get out, but he stood by the trunk. This was also the first time that I had seen him since the initial incident that he could have thought my husband wasn't home. I called my husband, and when he saw that I was on the phone and heard my husband coming down the stairs to the building, he took off running around the corner. My husband took me to the store that day and got me a gun. And now anytime he sees me alone, he just stares, but if my husband is around, he acts like he doesn't even see us. And now I know this might come across as a sort of dumb idiot just whining about her antisocial neighbors, but sometimes I get really scared being here whenever my husband isn't around, and since writing all of this down has made me feel just a little bit less alone, I guess it was worth it. My name is Nina, and I've officially decided to sit down and write up the story of something I witnessed way back during my first ever office job. When I first started, I was getting to know all of my coworkers. A guy named Peter stood out right away. Everyone was super nice to me, but Peter just ignored me, and then was kind of cold and rude when I went over to introduce myself. People said he was like that with everyone and not to let it bother me. He showed up to work, did his job, and then drove home again, all without sharing so much as a good morning with the rest of us. I guess that was just his way. I mean, I still thought that he was a jerk, but he was good at his job, and these days I'd rather work with a competent asshole than an incompetent friend. But then came the day when Peter started not being so good at his job. He started showing up late, looking like he hadn't slept, and when he started overrunning deadlines on a regular basis, management asked him if he wanted to take some vacation time to get himself together. We never found out what was going on with him, whether it was a medical thing or something going on at home, but Peter refused the time off and continued with his poor work performance. I've heard rumors that something was going to happen with him, whether it be a meeting with the bosses, suspension, or getting altogether fired. But it all came to a head one morning. Peter staggered into work smelling like a distillery. Word that Peter was drunk spread around the office like wildfire, and we were just waiting for something to happen when, finally, one of our bosses came out to talk to him. I don't know what she said to him exactly, but Peter responded by yelling out, "Just let me do my effing job." And then, without a word, she turned around, walked back into her office, and closed the door. A minute later, the big boss, a burly guy in his 50s, goes out and gives Peter a piece of his mind, telling him if he doesn't take a cab home immediately, emphasis on the cab part, then he was going to be fired on the spot. Peter started cursing out the boss, calling him all kinds of things I'd rather not repeat. Then our boss goes back to his office after announcing that he's going to call the cops. I hate to say it, it makes us sound kind of terrible in a way, but everyone in the office was just completely gripped. Someone was having a complete meltdown right there in front of us, and as sad and upsetting as it was, we were completely engrossed. And I kind of feel bad for Peter too. I don't think anyone in the office was, enjoying what was going on, but Peter was drunk, and he sounded mad as hell too, so with the chances of things breaking out into violence being so high, I guess that's what had us all watching out of the corners of our eyes. Anyway, our big boss only came out of his office one more time to warn Peter that the cops are on their way, but Peter just tells him to go to hell. Then maybe 20 or 30 minutes later, the cops show up and ask Peter to leave. We were all watching by then. All the higher-ups had come out of their offices, everyone was standing up over their cubicles or had wheeled their chairs around the side, all to watch poor old Peter get thrown out or potentially arrested. Someone, I didn't see who, said, "Just go, buddy, get some help." Not even in an insulting way either. They were being genuine, I think. And Peter responded by screaming something back at them. And that's when the cops decided that he was going to jail. One of them started barking, "Stand up and put your hands behind your back," while the other reached for his cuffs and got them ready to put on Peter's wrists. But he still refused to budge and kept telling them to go F themselves. And that's when the struggle really started. One of the cops started trying to grab Pete's arms, and he started pulling them away and generally resisting. The other cop then got involved, and they both were trying to restrain Pete when suddenly he kind of twists and turns, and all you heard was one of the cops scream out, "He's got a gun! He's got a gun!" Someone, I don't know who, but it was one of my coworkers, shouted out, "Everybody down!" And that's what we did, almost instinctually. Everyone laying on the floor as fast as we could, and I remember praying that I wouldn't hear a gunshot. right up until I heard 3 loud bangs. This might sound odd to some American and non-American folks alike, but I never actually heard a gunshot until that day, and let me tell you, it's something I never want to be that close to ever again. I think maybe it was the enclosed space of the office, not that enclosed, but you get what I mean, combined with how terrified I was, that made the blast seem so loud, but it was easily the second most horrifying thing I'd ever witnessed. But then, the first most horrifying thing was what I saw when I finally stood up. I guess one of the cops had panicked, and instead of helping wrestle Peter's hand off the other cop's gun, he just pulled his own and shot him 3 times. I didn't see it at first. I just heard screaming and one lady yelling out, "Oh my God," before she burst into tears and had to be taken away. I stayed down at first, thinking it was Pete that might have done the shooting, but then when I heard what sounded like the 2 cops talking to each other, I finally stood up and made the mistake of looking over in their direction. And there was a lot of blood. I didn't think a person could bleed that much and still be alive, but he was. Peter had somehow survived being shot 3 times up close, and seeing him move and try to breathe gave some people hope. The cop who shot him ended up walking out of the office sounding like he was about to cry, saying, "He had your gun, I swear to God, he almost had your gun." Sometime after that, after they were able to stabilize him and the EMT showed up pretty quick, they put Peter on a stretcher and wheeled him out to the waiting ambulance outside. The rest of the day's work was canceled, and we found out that night that Peter had actually died on his way to the hospital. It was devastating. I didn't even know Peter all that well. I didn't even really like him, but finding out that he died was just so incredibly upsetting to me and everyone who'd worked with him. The office was closed for the rest of the week, but even when my coworkers started to head back over the month or so that followed, some took more time than others, I couldn't bring myself to go back to somewhere where someone had been killed. I think the thing that really gets me about it is that some people are shot by the cops after committing a crime or doing something that endangers people in some way, and others are shot for next to no reason at all from what I hear, but Pete was killed because he was just having a bad day. I know he went for the cop's gun, I guess, and some of my coworkers actually saw his hand reaching for it. I'm just saying that he didn't have to die like that. I don't know what I have done in that situation, or rather I do, but just hitting him might have resulted in Pete getting the cop's gun, and then who the hell knows what would have happened. Some of us might have even been killed if the gunfight broke out, and I just wish that things didn't have to be that way. And I know that probably sounds incredibly naive of me, but I really do wonder sometimes if I'd have given Pete a big old hug that morning, if things would have gone a little different. I was a university lecturer for the better part of 20 years, and in that time, I've met some great students and some not-so-great students. One lad, an international student from a country that'll remain unnamed, was probably the most difficult student I'd ever come across, and his country of origin shall remain unnamed because, frankly, he was the only problematic student from that nation that I'd ever had the displeasure of dealing with. Every other international student from this particular country was respectful, considerate, and exceptionally hardworking, but this one was not. The first thing he told me after realizing that my first initial stood for Maria and not something like Matthew was that no one in his country would take a female professor seriously. I simply replied if he wanted a passing grade, he could take the attitude of when in Rome. He seemed to find that amusing, and while he claimed that he'd show me all the respect I deserved, he did so with a deeply patronizing tone that suggested that he would never have done the same if we were in his nation of birth. And when it dawned on him that he'd actually have to work to get a passing grade, the student in question became incredibly ill-tempered and his performance dropped off completely. He became more and more problematic as the weeks went by until one day he simply stopped attending lectures. Initially, I had absolutely no issue with this whatsoever because it had gotten to the point where he could be rather disruptive from time to time. But after a while, I started to wonder what was happening with him. I ended up asking a colleague if she'd heard anything about him, and I'll never forget the look on her face as she asked me, "You haven't heard?" As it turns out, the surly student that I'd had problems with had been arrested by the Cambridgeshire police on charges of kidnap, false imprisonment, and grievous bodily harm. It took a while for the whole story to come out because, at first, no one knew anything other than the crimes he'd been charged with. But it didn't take long for people to piece things together and link it to another worrying on-campus incident. About a week before the problematic student stopped attending lectures, someone had filed a missing persons report with the police. This person claimed a friend or housemate of theirs, a female Taiwanese student, had gone out for a drinks date with a fellow student and then failed to return home. Students staying over at each other's flats or dorms is a very common occurrence, so for the first 24 hours or so, no one batted an eyelid. But then after another 24 hours without any communication from her, the girl's friends became concerned. They contacted the police and gave them the name of their friend's date, and officers were dispatched to the date's home. And the date turned out to be the same student I'd had problems with, but he claimed to have no idea where she was. The police then tracked the girl's mobile phone and discovered it was within just 50 meters of the guy's flat. So back they went to ask him a second round of questions, but not before acquiring a search and seizure order from a local judge. This allowed them into the student's flat, where upon entry, they found their missing Taiwanese girl. After accompanying the male student for drinks, the student had followed the male back to his flat. He'd been perfectly nice and charming through the course of their evening, but upon arriving back at his flat, his demeanor must have changed completely. When she expressed a desire to leave, the student became violent, and when things became physical, he restrained her, tied her wrists and ankles, and then proceeded to beat and torture her with a cigarette lighter. The victim was told that it was her education on why she shouldn't leave him, and the sooner she accepted that she was his property, the sooner her ordeal would end. From what I understand, the whole thing caused something of an international incident at the university, and the girl's family wanted to see their daughter's abuser prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and he was. It's just the punishment wasn't anywhere near in line with the crime. Instead of being sent to prison, the student agreed to pay the victim a hefty sum in compensation before being deported from the UK and given a lifetime ban from returning. I know that's at least something, but hearing that he'd basically gotten away with it was just as shocking as hearing about what he'd done in the first place. There must have been an awful lot of diplomatic wrangling going on behind the scenes, and although I've only a cursory knowledge of it, I know the word of international relations can be a murky one indeed. It just makes me sick to think of that poor girl, of everything she went through, and know that the person who did it was simply able to buy their way out of a prison sentence. Because for men like that, prison is the only place for them. Back in junior high, I remember we had a Gulf War vet for a science teacher, who for the sake of anonymity I'll just call Mr. Marine. Mr. Marine was the kind of dude who obviously had his crap together in times of panic. In the 3 years we were there, I almost never saw him do more than crack a calm smile. Then, in 9th grade, junior high was 7th, 8th, and 9th where I went, this girl, Chloe, who showed up late to our first period class every day and was kinda quiet, she failed to show up at all. For some reason, instead of marking her absent, he called the office and had a very quiet conversation. He looked visibly disturbed and shaken. The next day, the girl showed up to class just a bit late, but with a broken nose, a black eye, and her jaw wired shut. Even though this was 25 or so years ago, I can still see the look on Mr. Marine's face when he saw her. It was pure, murderous fury, and even more terrifying, he pulled her into his office, had a calm conversation with her, and sent her to the nurse. He then told the rest of us that nobody was to say anything to her about it, as she'd had an accident and was embarrassed, and most people didn't even really care. Quickly the rumors spread, though, Did you see Chloe? Jesus, somebody kicked the hell out of her." I happened to be passing the office on my way home that night, and I saw the principal and 2 police officers, Mr. Marine and Chloe, in there with the door shut, and she was crying. One of the police officers noticed me looking and pulled the blinds. I normally walked home, so I waited. I think school got out at around 2:30 or so, and I usually hung around with some friends to listen to music or play basketball for 30 minutes or whatever before I started walking. I waited outside the front of the school until almost 4 p.m. Finally, a car pulled up and this dude gets out, looking just angry. He's swearing to himself, and as I'm the only one out there, he says, "You, where's the office?" And I just pointed, but he didn't make it to the door. The 2 cops came out quick, one in front and one behind, and the one who approached the guy started telling him to calm down. This angry dude just loses his mind, screaming, "My daughter should have been home an hour ago and I had to leave work. I'm going to sue." The cops are trying to calm him down. Then out of nowhere, Mr. Marine comes out the side door of the office, his face lit like the fires of hell, and he just straight up goes full horizontal, 4 feet in the air, and just body tackles this guy. In seconds, he's on top of him, and he's probably hit the guy 10 times, closed fists and all. And worse yet, he's not saying a single thing. He's not making any noise, just deep rhythmic breathing like you do when weightlifting. Short breath in, long breath out, smack, smack, smack. The cops actually kind of take their time getting him off the guy. One casually handcuffs the guy, and the other handcuffs Mr. Marine, who is standing untouched except for some bloody knuckles and breathing steadily. Face red from exertion, eyes wide in anger and satisfaction, he's just not saying a word. I decide to walk home at that point. And as I'm heading up the road, an ambulance, sirens and all, flies past me towards the school. And the next day, Mr. Marine wasn't in school, and we had a substitute instead. By the end of the day, people were telling me the story, and it was completely wrong, of course. I heard things like, Mr. Marine pulled out a gun and shot him in the gut, or Mr. Marine stabbed him with that flip knife he has, or even Mr. Marine choked him out and almost killed him and now he's in prison. None of those were true, obviously. And then the next week, without any explanation at all, Mr. Marine was back. First thing I noticed was written on the chalkboard, "If you ask, you go to detention." His face made it clear that he wasn't to be tested and did not have any sense of humor about it. Nobody saw Chloe again after that. I don't know what happened. And about 5 or 6 years ago, I was telling this story to a friend, and he said, "Well, why don't you just look her up on Facebook?" I felt stupid that I hadn't even thought of that. I went to my mom's, broke out my junior high yearbook, and found her last name that I'd completely forgotten, and I typed it into Facebook, and I found a couple dozen options, and her name is pretty common, and eventually I found her on LinkedIn, of all places. She ended up going to the University of Colorado, a master's program, and now works in finance or something. Her photo looked happy, which made me happy too. I Googled her a bit out of curiosity and found some articles that she'd written for various anti-bullying and abuse awareness and management things. One of them was told like a fictional story almost. A girl came to school late every day, lacking in energy, and she had no personality of note, and was quiet and meek. She wore loose-fitting clothing, and she had a few friends. It was evident to me pretty quickly what she was talking about, which was herself. And in the story she writes, the girl had been physically abused for years by her stepdad, an abusive alcoholic, and it took a teacher with no training at all to determine what had happened and start the chain of events that ended the abuse. The point of the story was to teach other teachers what signs to watch out for, what personality traits to look for. And after that, I looked up Mr. Marine as well to see how he was doing. I was worried he was dead. After all, he was in his 50s and 60s back then. I found a few articles about his coaching. He had also been the baseball coach of the high school, and a note saying that he'd retired in 2001. Nothing after that, and no obituary or anything. I like to think that he's probably just sitting around watching reruns of some show that he likes, drinking beer and playing with his grandkids, who are probably about the age Chloe and I were at the time. And that's just what I like to imagine. Anyways.
In the quiet streets of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, where small-town charm met the digital marketplace, a tragic incident unfolded, leaving a community in shock that nobody expected to happen. Marcus Harris, an 18-year-old resident, found himself entangled in a web of accusations, charged with first-degree murder and a string of offenses following a fatal encounter on Facebook Marketplace. The victim, Carlos Carranza Ricardo, had recently migrated from Cuba, eager to build a new life in his senior year at J.P. McCaskey High School. His dreams were abruptly shattered in a seemingly routine transaction gone wrong. Dr. Justin Reese, the school's principal, expressed the collective grief in a letter to students and their families. "The loss is being felt widely in our school community. Please keep Carlos's family, friends, and our students and staff in your thoughts as we process this loss," the letter implored, capturing the somber mood that had gripped the school. The unfortunate incident unfolded on a nondescript Sunday when Carranza Ricardo and a friend embarked on an 80-mile journey from Lancaster to the 2700 block of Harlem Avenue in Mosher. Their mission is to purchase a car advertised on Facebook Marketplace. Little did they know that this seemingly mundane endeavor would thrust them into a nightmarish sequence of events. Charging documents reveal that as the duo decided against the purchases and began to drive away, gunshots shattered the air. In the chaos that ensued, Carranza Ricardo was struck in the head by a bullet, sealing his fate. The vibrant immigrant, who had come seeking opportunity and a chance at a better life, succumbed to the violence that lurked beneath the surface. Shock trauma became the stage for the tragic final act of Carranza Ricardo's life. The hospital, usually reserved for healing, now bore witness to the devastating consequences of a chance encounter turned deadly. As news of the incident spread, the community grappled with the senselessness of the crime. In the pursuit of justice, the police identified Marcus Harris, allegedly the perpetrator of the crime. Charged with grave offenses, including first-degree murder and attempted murder, Harris became the focal point of an investigation that sought to unravel the truth behind the fatal meeting. Ricardo's friend, an unwitting eyewitness to the unfolding tragedy, played a crucial role in Harris's identification. With a heavy heart, the friend recounted the events leading to the fatal shot that claimed the life of his companion. The details painted a grim picture of a routine transaction turning into a horrifying crime scene. Upon locating Harris at his residence, police discovered a handgun, adding a sinister layer to the unfolding narrative. Harris, however, maintained his innocence, claiming to be the seller, but asserting his ignorance regarding the subsequent gunfire. His narrative painted a conflicting picture, leaving investigators to piece together the puzzle of that fateful evening. "I was the seller," Harris insisted during police questioning, according to the charging documents. However, he maintained that he had returned to his brother's car after the transaction was called off, only to hear gunshots fired shortly afterward. As the legal proceedings commenced, the city councilman for District 9, John Bullock, shared his sentiments over the tragedy. "My heart goes out to anyone who loses a family member, having lost family members myself. It's a hard thing to deal with, especially when they're just trying to make a transaction. They weren't involved in anything nefarious," Bullock reflected. The community leader emphasized the need for continued efforts to prevent such crimes, particularly among youth. Despite a decline in overall homicide and deadly shooting numbers in the city, Bullock acknowledged that there was still much work to be done. "The loss of one person is still too much, so a lot of folks and neighbors may not feel that drop. We still just have a lot more work to do in the city," he affirmed. During legal proceedings, mourning, and community reflection, the specter of Facebook Marketplace loomed large over the narrative. The digital platform, designed to facilitate transactions and connect buyers with sellers, had inadvertently become the backdrop for a tragic tale of loss and violence. As investigators delved into the details, the role of Facebook Marketplace became a focal point. The virtual marketplace, designed to bridge distances and facilitate transactions, now finds itself entwined with a real-world tragedy. The allure of convenience and accessibility that platforms like Facebook Marketplace offered in this instance led to devastating consequences. In the courtrooms, The story unfolded with each witness's account and piece of evidence, with the marketplace surfacing repeatedly in conversations. The digital platform, designed to bring people together for commerce, was now a central element in a narrative that transcended the boundaries of the virtual world. As the legal proceedings continued, the community grappled with the aftermath of the tragedy. Dialogue echoed through the halls of J.P. McCaskey High School as students and staff sought solace and understanding in the wake of Carranza Ricardo's untimely demise. The resonance of his loss reverberated through conversations, with each mention of Facebook serving as a stark reminder of the intertwining of the virtual and the real. In the somber moments of reflection, the community sought not only justice for Carranza Ricardo, but also a collective introspection on the implications of digital transactions. Facebook Marketplace, once a beacon of convenience, now carries a weight of responsibility in the community's consciousness. As the legal proceedings unfolded and the community grappled with grief, the story served as a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and the unforeseen consequences that could arise in the pursuit of ordinary transactions. The tale of Carlos Carranza Ricardo and Marcus Harris became not just a courtroom drama, but a reflection on the intersection of the virtual and the tangible, where the word Facebook echoed through the corridors of a community forever changed by an unforeseen tragedy. And so, the town realized how fragile life is and that unexpected dangers can be hidden in ordinary things, like buying and selling.
I don't understand, James. I'm worried about our son. He was just fine the day when we went there. Don't worry, honey. I think he's feeling unwell. That's why he's so quiet. Give it some time, and he will get back to normal. James replied in a calm tone after hearing my concern about Austin. I hope so, I said while taking a long sigh. My name is Martha Geller. I got married to the love of my life, James, at the age of 21. But even after 15 years of our marriage, I was unable to conceive. We tried everything and spent our entire life savings to get pregnant, but were unable to. After years of suffering and prayers, God finally blessed us with a son like Austin. He was our only child, and we loved him very much. But the problem was that for trying to get pregnant, we were not able to save a single penny to raise our child. Both of us are working to provide everything for Austin. He is 7 years old, and he was always a bright and cheerful child who could bring a smile to your face even if you were having the worst day just by his childish and cute acts. We used to be busy all week and were not able to provide much affection, but no matter the case, we would always go somewhere out to eat on the weekend by Austin's choice. Austin was asking to go to Domino's Pizza that day, but we could not take him, so we decided to give him a surprise. When we came back from work, Austin was playing with our cat Mew. We adopted Mew before Austin was born, and she loved him with all her heart. They were like siblings, inseparable. As we entered the house, Austin came running into my arms as always. "Austin, are you ready for a surprise?" James asked him with a big grin on his face, while I smiled softly, holding Austin in my arms. "Yes, Daddy!" he squealed in excitement and looked at me in hopes to find out about the surprise. "Not this time, Austin. This surprise is from the both of us, so I cannot tell you." I pinched his nose playfully while saying that. He cutely pouted at my response. James and I both started laughing, and looking at us laughing, he also joined in. We sat inside the car, and James drove us to the Domino's Pizza location that was on the verge of the town. When we reached, the time was 11:08 p.m., and their closing time was around 11:30 or something. As Austin saw us entering the pizza place, he was super happy and excited. The place was almost empty except for one or two customers that were sitting in there. We let Austin choose the pizza, and he ordered a family-sized non-veg cheese burst pizza for us. The order was ready within 15 minutes or so, and we started to eat. That was when Austin said that he wanted to use the restroom. "Do you want me to come with you, honey?" I asked while standing up from my chair. No, Mom, sit down. I'm a big boy now. I can go on my own, Austin said, and he sneakily looked at the girl standing over to the corner. James and I looked at each other and smiled. Okay, big boy, go on your own then, James said with a big smile on his face. I laughed, looking at Austin blush. He went to the restroom and we waited for him to come back. But Austin did not return, even after 20 minutes had passed, which made me worried. A Domino's employee came and told us that it was closing time and we should hurry, so I decided to go and check on Austin. I asked James to come along with me because Austin had gone to the men's room. I waited outside the washroom while James went in to check. After a few minutes, an extremely worried James came out from the washroom carrying Austin in his arms, who was unconscious and had wet his pants as well. Watching my boy in that condition felt like thousands of needles had stabbed deep into my heart. I got so worried that I immediately snatched Austin from his arms and hugged him. I asked James about it, and he told me that he found him in this condition when he went in. We immediately took Austin to the hospital. The doctors told us that he only had a mild fever, and it was also because he had wet his pants, but his heart rate and blood pressure were a bit higher, which made it look like he must have gotten scared of something. After coming back from the hospital, I changed Austin's clothes and took him to my bedroom to sleep, because I was too worried to let him sleep alone. Austin woke up screaming in the middle of the night. I embraced him and patted his back and kept saying that everything was fine and that I was there for him. He cried without speaking a word, and after calming down, he finally slept while I stayed awake, looking after him the entire night. After that day, Austin lost his cheerfulness and stopped speaking, which made me extremely worried. He would often wake up in the middle of the night screaming because of a nightmare. I asked him several times, asking him about what happened in Domino's Pizza, but he kept quiet. After losing every chance to cheer him up, I remembered that he got a crush on the girl whom we last saw at Domino's Pizza, so I decided to let him meet her and ask him, Austin baby, do you want to meet that girl from Domino's Pizza? As I asked him this, surprisingly, his eyes got bigger in fright, and he started to scream and have a panic attack. He's going to kill her! He's going to kill her! And then he fainted. I did not understand what was happening. I called James and told him that I was taking Austin to the hospital and asked him to come straight there. As James reached, I told him to look after Austin and not to leave his side no matter what. I went to the Domino's to check what made my boy like this. After reaching, I asked around about the girl and found out that she had died. She went to the washroom the same night, and after coming back from there, she died from a heart attack. The strangest part was that she died after we brought unconscious Austin to the hospital. I still could not figure out what happened that day, and how did Austin know that she was about to die? But then one day, I found a drawing that Austin made that looked like a monster with devil horns.
My missing crush. What happened to your online store, Emma? I asked. Nothing much. I have set it up, but promoting it is an issue, she replied with a tired voice. But I thought you said you had enough money for that. I said again, reminding her of this. Yes, that was when I did not know how much it was going to cost. Promotional stuff is more expensive than I thought. She again looked at me with tired eyes, and that's when I got an idea. Why don't you try self-promoting? I can help you with that, I suggested. What? Will you? Really? She held my hand and asked me while looking into my eyes. That's what I just said, I said, and it made her happy. We decided to come up with a few strategies to do the self-promotion and then meet the next day at a coffee shop near my office. The next day after work, I got earlier at the coffee shop and waited for Emma to show up. About 50 minutes later, she walked to the table I was at and sat across me. She looked pretty in the green dress that she was wearing, Anyway, as we were sipping our coffees, we started to discuss just what we would be doing to self-promote this thing. I suggested we started by sending out messages to everyone we know and use social media to promote the store, since social media could attract most of the customers into visiting Emma's website. Facebook was my primary suggestion because it is the biggest platform that has the largest audience among other social media platforms. I had to set up a page and start promoting the store. I told her not to worry too much about it, for I would take care of setting up the pages and everything that they needed. After finishing up the discussion and the coffee, I asked to drop her home and she agreed to. For those of you who are wondering about me, my name is Eden Miller. Emma and I have been childhood friends and I've always had a crush on her. But she only saw me as a friend and nothing more. I did not want to ruin our relationship, so I never told her how I felt. We graduated from the same high school, and after that, Emma got into fashion design in college, while I chose business management. During the second year of college, she got into her first relationship, which made me feel devastated, but to my relief, they broke up within a few months. Emma had always been working part-time jobs even when we were in high school and saving up money. And after graduating from college, she decided to open up her online clothing store. Even though I told her that I would help her financially if she needed it, she never asked for my help. So it was finally my chance to prove myself to her. After dropping Emma off at her house, I went to my apartment and despite my busy schedule, I started working on the Facebook page for her online store. I asked all my friends to spread the word about the store, and they were pretty nice to do that. After setting up the page, I started uploading frequent posts regarding the online store, products, and things of the sort. A week went by and the response was slow, but I was positive that it would increase over time. I guess Emma was too eager for it to get successful. She called me one day and told me that as she was uploading some stories related to her store, she got a message on Facebook from a stranger. The stranger told Emma that he could help the store become a success in no time and asked her to meet somewhere for further discussion. I told her that there are many such scams on Facebook, so be careful. And despite my asking her to reveal the address where he asked to meet her, she did not tell me about it. Emma, who used to tell me every little detail of whatever she was up to, was not telling me something as important as this. It made me feel anxious for some reason. I felt that something was definitely off about this. I tried contacting her, but she turned her phone off, which made me even more worried. As time was passing, I started feeling this tightness in my chest because her number was still off. I drove to her house and found it locked. I started pacing back and forth in front of her house waiting for her. Hours passed, and the darkness of the night had started to spread, but there was still no sign of her. I sat in front of her house all night long and was so worried that I started to cry because her phone was still off and I had no idea where she was. The next morning, the very first thing I did was file a missing person report for her. And after that, I asked one of my friends who was a hacker to hack Emma's Facebook, ID, and track the person account who had sent the message. He called me back 4 hours later and informed me that the account Emma was talking to was a fake one. I got even more worried and started to panic. Police began the search and investigation, but they had no clues to find Emma. It was like the man did not leave any traces behind to follow. 2 more days passed and there was still no sign of her. And that was when my hacker friend called and informed me that there has been a new post made by Emma on her Facebook account. He sent me the picture, and it was Emma wearing a blue dress and smiling, which I could tell was forced because after crushing on her for so long, I could tell when she would be smiling truly or when she gave us a fake smile. After looking at this picture very carefully and closely, it seemed that she had bruises on her neck, which were covered up with makeup, and her eyes looked puffy as well. I zoomed in on the picture and tried to recognize the surrounding. It seemed like a nightclub in Western Town. I updated the police about the details and headed to the nightclub. The officers reached there before me and asked about the girl in the picture. The employees denied seeing her. As we were asking around, one of the employees admitted to seeing her with a man. They requested CCTV footage, and in the footage, it could be seen that a man came in with her. But they left just after taking a picture of her. Emma looked like she was getting forced into doing all that, and the way she was walking seemed weird. The guy looked somewhat familiar to me, I just couldn't quite put my finger on it. As I tried remembering the guy, something in my mind clicked, and I remember that Emma showed me a picture of this guy when she was in college. He was her ex-boyfriend, Derek. I guess I never told you why Emma broke up with him. It was because he was manipulating her. He was aggressive, and he started to raise hands on her while making up his assumptions. Anyway, I told officers about the guy, and they immediately went and started tracking his whereabouts. He was soon arrested in his house, and the interrogation started. He tried to act as if he did not know anything about it, and then he told the officers that he hadn't even seen Emma for years. But when they told him that they know that he had kidnapped and hidden her somewhere against her will, he finally opened his mouth. Emma was found locked in one of the warehouses that was owned by him, and she was in a terrible state. He used to beat her, rape her, and do horrible things to her, which made her traumatized. She was sent to the hospital for treatment and recovery, while Derek was locked up in prison, and trials were held against him after that. I don't know how she managed to endure all these tortures and sufferings, but now that she was found, I promised myself that I would never let anything happen to her again.
In my early 20s, I went through a wandering stage. I had just graduated from college and couldn't find a job anywhere. Rather than go a couple $100s into the hole every month paying for rent while searching for a job, I decided to pack up with my few belongings I owned and headed out to see the country. And this is something I cannot recommend enough. Stay off the interstates, pop a train from time to time, and hitchhike with no particular destination in mind. It was this kind of aimless wandering that led me to the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. If you've never experienced them, the Barrens are an amazing place. Huge stands of oak and evergreen trees, many older than time itself, grow out of that strange, sickly soil. Sugar sand, the locals call it in the rainy season, that forms quicksand. And then the dry season, it can still swallow farm machinery whole. Of the few farms that I saw, they all looked like they had seen better times, and many looked like they had sat untouched for decades. There was something alluring about that place, a sort of ancient secret I was afforded glimpses of in the shadows when the wind stirred the trees. The sort of movement at the edge of your vision that follows you throughout the day, but disappears as soon as you turn your head. From time to time, I hiked down old dusty roads. An old pickup truck or a rusted-out car would bound over a hill toward me. Most times, the driver would eye me suspiciously and speed up as they approached. Occasionally, the driver would stop to talk to me for a few minutes. "What are you doing out here?" one old toothless man clad in overalls asked me wandering around. "Seeing what there is to see," I replied. The old man spat out a putrid brown stream into the dust. "Ain't nothing to see around here." When I asked the old man what he meant by that, he made a guttural, throaty sound. I wasn't sure if he was choking on his tobacco or bothered by the question, but he didn't answer. He offered me a ride in his pickup the way that I had come back into town. But when I declined, he spat out into the dirt again and sped off, shaking his head. My eventual plan was to make it to Delaware sometime that summer and meet up with some extended family there, but I was in no hurry. In truth, I had been in heaven these last few weeks, taking my time heading south and exploring anything that caught my eye. I had explored every abandoned building and every cave I had seen. I had half my weight in power bars in my backpack. But over the last 2 months, I had honed my skills at trapping rabbits and gathering wild edibles. Sitting up late at night beside my campfire and sleeping beneath the stars. The night sky in an area so devoid of human influence is beyond comprehension. But tonight, there were clouds moving in, and the sun was disappearing faster than I had grown accustomed to. When the deep roar of thunder shook the valley, I knew that I had better find shelter. In the failing sunlight, I could see in the distance some structures at the top of the hill. I ran the half-mile distance and was disappointed to see that the ancient house and barn were in terrible shape. The roof of the barn had been completely collapsed, and the upper 2 floors of this 3-story house had collapsed into a mangle of ancient wood. Still, the house was my best option, so I made my way toward it as the heavens began to open up. As I'd seen on other properties in the area, this house had a small cemetery in the yard. I ran toward the gaping front door of the dilapidated house, carefully making my way between the headstones. When lightning flashed, I was able to make out the name on several of the headstones, which the elements hadn't completely erased. When they got inside, the floor was spongy, but felt solid enough to hold my weight. I took off my pack and set it near the door, caught my breath, and had a look around. The hinges of the front door had long since rusted away, but I was able to fit the door back into the opening enough to hopefully keep the wind and rain out. At one end of the room, there was a stone fireplace and chimney which was solidly constructed, but I had no wood for a fire. Next to the fireplace was a stairwell full of rubble and cobwebs. I didn't dare apply my weight to those steps, as many had rotted to nothing under their own pitiful weight. Opposite the front door was an opening to an old kitchen of sorts, but when I tried to approach it, my foot went clean through the floor, and I decided to stay put until the storm blew over. The remains of the upper floor did an adequate job of keeping the ground floor dry, and I was able to arrange my sleeping bag so that very little water draining from the upper floors managed to land on it. I got out my harmonica and played for a few minutes, then stopped, apprehensive. I didn't know what I was afraid of, but something had chilled me to my core. Outside, the storm had continued to build in intensity. My eyes were focused on that stairwell, seeing nothing in darkness, and flash blinded when lightning struck. I must have fallen asleep at some point because suddenly I came to with a searing pain in my neck from leaning my head against the wall for so long. Outside, the storm continued to pound down its fury upon Earth. As I sat there, rubbing my neck, and began to chuckle to myself for getting wrapped up in the superstition of the area when I heard it. At first, I heard indiscriminate movement of stairs and the ruins of the upper 2 floors. I was just about to write it off as rats when suddenly it stopped. I froze in place, daring only to move my eyes, and even then, just barely. After 30 seconds of paralytic fear, I smiled at myself again and was just about to settle into my sleeping bag when I looked toward the stairs. At the top of the doorway were a pair of glowing red orbs staring directly at me. Very slowly, they closed down to horizontal slits, then opened up again wider than before. I can't tell you how long I sat there staring at it, staring at me. It could have been a second. It could have been hours. And eventually, my lower-level self-preservation skills began to kick in, and subconsciously, I started reaching for the knife on my belt. Our eyes locked. My hand progressed inch by inch towards my only means of defending myself. Neither of us blinked for what felt like hours, and while the storm raged on, I prayed for another lightning strike so that I might even catch a glimpse of my adversary. But despite the ferocity of the rain, the darkness was absolute. When, at last, my hand reassuringly touched the hilt of my knife, it seemed as if the very fabric of existence was ripped to shreds. The creature began bellowing in the most unearthly, mind-numbing shriek I'd ever heard. Knowing I only had one chance, in one fluid motion, I released the snap that held my knife in place and released an inside overhand throw that I had practiced during my years of my misspent adolescence. I heard a sickening, wet thunk, and the shrieking increased in volume 100-fold. As I smashed that rotten door to pieces, I heard the creature flapping against the wall and screaming. Just as I wrenched the remains of the door open, a great flash of lightning struck. And all around the house, I saw piles of bones, feathers, and fur. I ran as I had never run before, since I ran into my veins pumped acid and my limbs were stone. I couldn't see where I was going, but I could follow the dirt roads by the sounds of the sugar sand slipping roadside debris into the ditches. I didn't dare look over my shoulder. When the sun finally rose, I collapsed in the middle of the road. Heaving, oblivious to the downpour, I awoke with a startle to the sound of a car horn blaring inches from my head. I leaped to my feet and spun around to see the same old man from yesterday holding his sides with laughter. When I opened my mouth to speak, he motioned with his thumb to the back of his truck. I climbed in without a word, and he began to drive. The events of the previous night had began to replay themselves in my head. What had just happened? No matter how many times I considered what I saw, none of it made any sense. As we drove, I realized how far I had run in the dark. It must have been nearly 10 miles. I was angry with myself for being so terrified by a dream. And that's the only thing that could have been approached from this angle. Everything fit into place and experienced to false awakening. There's so many times in the past when experimenting with dream herbs. I had a nightmare and woke up with adrenaline pumping and abandoned all of my gear in an old house. I suddenly realized that the truck had sat motionless for quite some time, and the old man was turned around in the seat, staring at me. I looked up at him, and he grinned. With sickening horror, I realized that we were at the bottom of the hill on which that wretched house sat. I jumped out of the pickup and thanked the old man who drove off. I slowly walked up the muddy path that led to the house, composing myself. When I reached the yard, I saw the old piles of bones, which had shocked me the previous night during the storm. Of course, there were coyotes and foxes in the area, and I had hunted a couple wild turkeys. The critters probably had their dens around here, and they had been using the house as a windbreak. Inside the house, everything appeared as I had left it. My sleeping bag, my pack, and my harmonica was sitting on the floor, and I could see my knife sticking out of the wall across the room. I packed everything up and put on my backpack, then walked over to the stairs and pulled my knife out of the wall. I was about to return it to the sheath on my belt when I looked at the blade and noticed the dried-on blood and that clump of oily black hair stuck to it.
Stalked. After completing my college education, I'd been living with my parents for a little over a year. I remember feeling grateful for their kindness and patience during that time, as I struggled to find a job and a suitable place to live. It was not an easy process, but I kept myself motivated and optimistic and eventually landed a job that I enjoyed, in a cozy apartment that I could call my own. The job I got was to work from home since people were still scared that Corona could strike again, and they didn't want to risk it. The pay I received was quite reasonable, especially for a recent graduate like me, and it allowed me to purchase things I needed online on platforms like Amazon. Unfortunately, I couldn't control my urge to keep shopping, and my expenses started to increase gradually. Soon after, I found myself scrolling through the app for hours, and even though I didn't need anything, I ended up ordering stuff anyway. Over time, I realized I had developed an unhealthy shopping habit, and it was causing me more harm than good. That day, as I heard the doorbell ring, I quickly made my way to the front door. On opening the door, I came face to face with a middle-aged woman who was delivering my order. I couldn't help but notice how well she looked for her age, so I decided to compliment her to be polite and make her feel good about herself. She blushed and responded with a heartfelt, "You really think so? Thanks. My husband never complimented me like that." Her response made me feel a little uneasy, and I couldn't help but think that she might be getting neglected by her husband or that she was probably divorced. In an attempt to make her feel good, I said, "His loss." She smiled and thanked me again before I closed the door to my apartment. However, as I looked back, I wish I hadn't said that. Ever since that day, every time I placed an order for food or any other item, I noticed this same delivery woman showing up at my doorstep to deliver it. Initially, I didn't find it unusual, and in fact, I appreciated the consistency in her service. However, with each subsequent delivery, I began to notice that she would give me strange compliments that made me feel deeply uncomfortable. She'd comment on my physical appearance and make personal remarks that crossed the line of professionalism. Her behavior left me feeling uneasy and violated. As I continued to order from Amazon, her behavior became increasingly disturbing. I'd catch her staring at me through my windows, even when I had the blinds closed. With each other, the delivery timings only got later and later, and this made me feel uneasy. I couldn't shake off the feeling that she was doing it deliberately. It was as if she was keeping tabs on me, stalking me even. I tried to ignore it at first, but the feeling of frustration and fear only grew stronger. In the end, I made the difficult decision to stop ordering stuff, hoping that it would put an end to her stalking behavior. One night, I was startled awake by someone ringing my doorbell non-stop. I checked the time, and it was past midnight. Without much thought, I got up and went to check who it was, and as I opened the door, I found the delivery woman standing there with red eyes and smelling like alcohol. She grabbed my collar all of a sudden and asked in a very drunk voice why I stopped ordering stuff. I was terrified as to why she was doing this, but before I could say anything, she passed out. Now, I wasn't the kind of guy who would leave a drunk woman alone at my doorstep so predators could take their chances, no matter how much of a creep the woman was. But I didn't want to let her inside my house either, so I called the police and informed them about everything. Soon after, 2 officers arrived and escorted her. A few days went by, and that day I was out shopping at Walmart. When I came home, I was terrified to see that woman sitting on my couch waiting for me. She had a crazed look in her eyes as she looked at me entering. I asked what is she doing inside and how she got in, and she just looked at me weirdly and said, "I'm here for you. I want to make you the happiest man on earth." Trust me, being a man doesn't automatically mean that we would feel flattered or happy if a woman were to stalk us. On the contrary, it could be an incredibly frightening experience, as I was at the moment. I felt a sense of unease and vulnerability, knowing that if things went wrong, she could easily make false accusations against me. As a man, I also felt that I might not be believed if I tried to report what was happening to me. Feeling terrified and overwhelmed and unsure of what to do, I nervously stepped out of my apartment and quickly dialed my mom's phone number. As soon as she answered, I poured out my heart and explained what had happened in my life over the past few days. My mom's voice soon turned fierce with anger as she listened to my story, and she promised to come to my aid immediately. Within just a few minutes, my mom arrived at my doorstep, and before heading in, she suggested that I go to her house where I'd be safe. I don't know what my mom had said to that woman, but after that day, I never saw her again. Before we parted ways, my mom offered me a word of advice that I've never forgotten. She warned me never to compliment another woman unless it was her or my girlfriend.
I wanted to tell you guys about my mentally unstable neighbor, who I will be calling Kay to respect her privacy. Because I don't want to call her crazy or anything else that contributes to the stigmatism of severe mental illness, this story isn't going to be exaggerated to be more creepy than what it was. It's just what happened. Now, we had just moved into our new home, which we had recently built in a town in Texas. It started when my parents began finding small pills strewn about our backyard near the fences, just a few here and there. We googled the numbers on the pills to find most of them were antidepressants, but I can't remember the exact names, as this was about a year ago or so. But I think there was at least one pill that Google said was an antipsychotic medication. We were pretty confused, but mostly worried about our dog eating them before we could find them all. This kept happening over a few weeks, and then we found unopened water and Gatorade bottles thrown over our fence. The side of the house this was coming from had a somewhat empty lot next door. We had soon-to-be neighbours building their new house there, but it wasn't like the construction workers were throwing their trash over our fence. These bottles were unopened and full. For reference, Kay lives a few houses down from mine on the corner. Between our house and hers are two empty lots, the lot closest to us with a new house being built. After another week or so of this came the fights, or maybe incidents I should call them. Kay would routinely storm out of her house and go yell at the construction workers. I don't know what about, but apparently about nonsense things. Sometimes she would yell from her yard. Sometimes she would walk onto the lot to yell. Several times she was seen yelling at no one, just standing in the lot or walking around the construction supplies and arguing to herself. By now, most of the people on our street knew her and were afraid of her. Up to this point, I have never seen Kay. I attended university an hour away and was only home on the weekends. One weekend, my parents left me home alone in the middle of the day. I think they were at the gym or the grocery store. I'm an only child too, and I had just gotten out of the shower and walked downstairs to hear yelling. I took a look out the windows to see a middle-aged blonde lady arguing. I couldn't see who she was talking to, but I couldn't hear another male voice. Now, I had not met Kay yet, but I also hadn't met my new neighbours. So my first thought was that this was the new couple building next door, my new neighbours. It seemed like they were arguing about the house. After a few minutes, the blonde lady walked away, and then a couple came out of the unfinished house. They got into their car and parked on the street. I was really confused at this point, especially when the man walked over to my door and rang the doorbell. I'm very introverted, so I opted not to answer the door. Stupid, I know. My parents weren't home anyway, so it wouldn't have made a difference, I thought. After a minute, he walked back to his car, and from the window I could see he was sitting there on the driver's side doing something. He came back with a note that he left on my door, and then he and his wife drove away. After I was sure they were gone, I got the note and read it. Apparently my neighbours were checking out the house when they saw Kay, the blonde lady, attempting to get into my backyard. They confronted her, and that's what the yelling was. In a rush, I sent a picture of the note to my mum and called her, etc., but she didn't seem that worried about it. I knew that we always left the back door unlocked during the day, though. If she had gotten through our fence gates, she could have easily walked inside the house while I was home alone. After that, my stepdad got some new locks for the little gate doors at the front of our house. Things continued like this for a while, with Kay trying to get into our backyard, throwing pills and water bottles over our fence. A couple of times she was rummaging around our front flower beds too. And there was one instance which really unnerved my parents. We have a small alleyway that runs behind our house, connecting everyone's driveways. And another neighbor, who lives across the alleyway from us, contacted my parents to let them know they had seen Kay looming around our back fence at 3 a.m. that night. Not sure why those neighbors were awake at that time, but they said Kay was just standing there in the middle of the alleyway, staring at our back fence. Knowing we had someone essentially casing our house in the middle of the night, it was really starting to freak us out. The guy who built our house, who I'm naming Jay, somehow got in contact with someone who knew Kay's family pretty well. Everyone was wanting answers as to why Kay was acting like this, and since Jay had built most of the houses in the area and was well connected, people were asking him. I think he was friends with the realtor who sold the house to Kay, but I'm not sure. But Jay was able to give us a lot of information about her. Apparently her family was rich and owned a very big corporation, like one of the biggest in the US, and her family had essentially placed her in this house away from the rest of them, as they didn't want to deal with her mental illnesses. But more importantly, 2 years ago, her only son died of a drug overdose, and she's been unstable ever since. I'm not sure if she thinks we're holding him hostage, or his ghost is here or what. But that's why. She's been to several psychiatric hospitals throughout her life, and now she's stopped taking her medication because she's throwing it over our fence. Things finally came to a head in January of 2020, when during one of her usual arguments with the construction workers, she pulled out a BB gun. She was already very aggressive, so the BB gun just made things 100 times worse. I don't know if she just threatened to shoot them or if she actually did, but the cops were called regardless. It took them a while to talk her down, with several police officers swarming the street with big guns. I'm thankful that my parents had been filing police reports, so when they came they knew about Kay's history of mental illness. I'm both grateful and a little surprised that they handled the situation so well, because not a lot of police departments properly train their officers to deal with mentally ill patients, especially ones experiencing psychosis. Anyway, after that incident, Kay was not seen for a long time. We heard she was in a psychiatric hospital for many months, after which she returned to our neighborhood. She's doing much better now. She no longer does any of the strange behaviors she used to, and almost every day, me and my parents see her walk her dog past our house. She's clearly sticking to her routine, and I'm happy for her.
Shush, I have to tell you something. I was going to the second floor when Bonnie suddenly appeared, grabbed my hand, and dragged me to the bathroom. She looked around for a bit, and then locked it from inside. What is it? What are you doing? You know if someone were to see us, they will get the wrong idea. I started to panic, because it was the women's bathroom where she dragged me. What I'm going to tell you is something very serious, so promise me that you won't tell anyone about it, she said, looking into my eyes with a dead serious look, which made my heart flutter a bit. Fine, I won't tell anyone, I said while looking away from her eyes. No, promise me first, she said, grabbing my face and turning it toward her by making me look into her eyes. Okay, I promise, I said while pulling myself away from her grip. You know my friend Martha, who works as a receptionist in A Block. She again grabbed my face and made me look into her eyes. Yeah, what about her? And please speak without grabbing my face. My ears are just fine. I grabbed her hand and said while holding it. She is being harassed by someone from a high position, she said, looking all concerned. What? She's being harassed? Who told you this? I asked her in disbelief, because our company had a strict no harassment policy for everyone, and if someone felt threatened, they could report it. I saw bruises on her back and took her to the cafe to ask her. She just wouldn't stop crying. But she did not tell me who's doing this to her, she said. Why have you not reported it yet? I asked. Did you not hear me earlier? It's someone working at a higher position, and if she cannot report it, it then means that they have influence to affect the decision of the security department as well, she said and took out her phone. What are you doing on your phone? I looked at her phone and asked. I sneakily recorded half of Martha's conversation so I can report it for her instead, she said, and started to type something. What do you think you're doing? I snatched her phone away from her hand. I'm mailing this to the director, she said with a brave, innocent look in her eyes, which made me want to kiss her, and at the same time bump my head purposely on the wall. What if the director is the one harassing her? Don't forget that most of these meetings are held in that place. I erased the message she was typing and handed the phone back to her. That was when someone started knocking on the door. I got nervous and looked at her helplessly because if we were to get caught, we would be in a hell of a lot of trouble. Sorry, it's me, Bonnie. I had a period disaster, so it can take a bit longer. Can you please use the bathroom on the upper floor? Thank you in advance, she shouted without waiting for a response. I looked at her in disbelief, and as I was about to open my mouth, she covered it with her small hand and placed a finger over her lips, signaling me to shut up. I think she's gone. She waited for a while and then removed her hands. I know, so please check if anyone is outside and let me go. I'll slip into the smoking area and no one will notice, I said. She nodded in response and slightly opened the bathroom door to look around. You can go now. There's no one outside. And meet me after the office so that we can come up with a plan, she whispered in my ears, and then let me go. I anxiously left the bathroom and went directly to the smoking area. I finally took a sigh of relief when I noticed that there was no one around. There was no surveillance cameras near the bathroom and smoking area, and they were so close, so it was the safest place. After a while, I went back to work and tried to focus on that, but I could not stop thinking about how close Bonnie was to me, and that it was so hard to think straight and focus on what she was saying. Still, I managed to do that. After work, I headed out first and called Bonnie. She told me that she was already waiting for me in the park near the coffee place. I immediately drove there and saw her sitting on a bench, and as soon as I reached there, she told me that she had already thought of a plan by then. I was impressed, but then I remembered it was Bonnie, and her ideas were also pretty bizarre. So I thought it'd be best if I hear it out first, then concluding that we should apply it. I was surprised to hear the idea was pretty good this time. All I had to do was buy her the micro hidden camera and fit it into a necklace. The next day, I told Bonnie that the necklace she wanted would arrive by tomorrow morning, and she just nodded her head. We decided not to speak that much with each other in the office, so no one suspects anything. Well, it was Bonnie's idea, and unnecessary because everyone in the office knew we were childhood friends. So now they were thinking that either we had a major fight or we have started to date, which, by the way, I made clear, saying that we had a fight, and Bonnie was angry with me. They pretty much believed my lie, and I wasn't that surprised either. When the necklace was delivered, I called her to my place and gave it to her. The next morning, she gifted it to Martha and made her wear it forcefully. But Martha was naive, and she did not suspect a thing. She technically threatened her to keep wearing it at all times no matter what, because it's a symbol of their friendship. After that, she let her go to work. Trust me when I say that sometimes Bonnie scares me. 2 days later, Bonnie went ahead and asked Martha to give the necklace back to her, but she gave her an excuse, saying the necklace she wanted to gift her was exchanged by someone else's, and that person was asking for it back. I don't know where she came up with such excuses, but what surprised me even more was that Martha believed her and gave it back. The necklace had a hidden camera, and there was a chip in it that had recorded everything that had happened with Martha for the past 2 days. She removed the chip from the necklace and then took it home with her to search for evidence. That night, I got a call from her around 11:58 p.m., and she told me that she found the person who was harassing Martha. I suggested she tell Martha about it first before risking everything and exposing that person with her permission. The next day, we called Martha to the same park and told her about everything. She started crying and begged us to release the video on the office's online forum because she was tired and fed up with all of this. She told us that she was thinking of committing suicide today if we did not call her. We posted the video anonymously, and everyone, including directors, managers, and security heads, everyone saw it. It was the senior manager who managed the security department. We understood why she did not report it as soon as we saw the video. When we got to the office the next morning, someone came up and said, "Hey, do you know that senior manager of security not only got fired, but arrested as well for harassing an employee? He is a complete pervert. We don't know who the employee is because her face was blurred out in the video." As he said that, I looked over to Bonnie, who was focused on her work and smiling. Finally, I got the admission letter for my dream college. I had already prepared everything in advance so that I don't forget about necessary things, as my college is very far from my place. It was the first time I was going to live somewhere on my own, although my father had already looked for a hostel where I was going to reside. And not to mention, I was full of joy, but was a bit scared and nervous as well. My school life was as amazing as I experienced all kinds of challenges, and I was a topper in my class. It was all nice, and I wanted to do a commendable job in my college life as well. The day finally came when I had to leave my house. My father took me to the hostel, and I was filled with emotions when I saw him leaving. It was my first day in the hostel. I was allotted a 3-seater room. There was this one girl I saw running outside the hostel. The same girl was my roommate, coincidentally. She was wearing headphones, everything was tidy and clean, but the room was very dark and there were some cool posters above her bed. I settled down, and as I was unpacking my things, another girl came and asked me if I needed any help. She was very talkative, and her name was Alan. Alan then introduced me to Frey Jordan, the headphone girl. Alan told me that Frey is always wearing headphones and she's an introvert. Everything was going normal. We left for the dining room. Frey took her food to the room to eat alone, and I had to eat with Alan as I couldn't say no. That day seemed very long. We finished our meals, and after taking a round of dorm, we came back to room and I slept. In the middle of the night, I woke up to go to the washroom when I heard some whispers coming from the lawn area. I thought I should go take a look, but when I did, there was actually nothing. I thought maybe it's just the wind. Next day, it was the first day of my college, and it was the chemistry class when a latecomer entered with a mask on his face. He was a second year, and it was a joint class. He came to me and said, "Dorothy, right?" He got my name from the introduction I gave, so his name was Nicole. He asked me to call him Nick. He looked nice and became friendly very easily. After college was over, Nick asked me if I could drop to my hostel. I was shocked that I never mentioned in my introduction that I lived in a hostel, so I asked how he got to know. He said, "Oh, I'm smart, and isn't it very normal?" I thought, yeah, it makes sense. We reached outside the hostel gate when Frey looked at me for a second and started walking faster into the dorm. Nick left and I came back to my room. Frey was there writing her journal or something. I tried to talk to her. I couldn't tell if she looked scared or it was my imagination. The next day when I woke up, I found out Frey had left the hostel and went back home. Alan told me someone in her family was sick, so she had to leave. Somehow it didn't make sense to me as it was so sudden. That night, Alan asked me to join her at a party. I couldn't deny again. The party was in a rented place by Alan and her group, so that they could do parties and all there. So I went to the party with Alan, but then I saw Nick. He was coming towards me with 2 glasses in his hands and offered me wine. I told him I don't drink. He says, "Dorth, it's your college life. Enjoy." So I drank the wine and enjoyed the music with Nick. I looked at my watch and realized it's already 9 p.m. and we had to reach prior 10 in order to get entry. I started looking for Alan everywhere, and I had lost track of Nick as well. There was no network that I can call Alan, so when I went outside for network, and I lost my mind from what I saw. I saw Frey's body hanging like a goat at a butcher shop without her eyeballs, and there were some powerful people with guns having a conversation with Alan. I went crazy when I saw Nick there smiling right behind Alan. I was in despair with the fear, trembling and shaking. I saw such horror from the little space of the back door. I ran back, and everybody in the party looked threatening. So I got a cab outside and left for hostel that instant. As I reached the hostel, I ran to my room and locked it. I sat near my bed and stuffed my mouth with my fingers so that no one can hear me wailing. Then I found the journal that Frey used to write. She had written how Alan, Nick, and others blackmailed her with her bathroom pictures for months and asked her to do many things for their sake. Frey mentioned that she found out that Nick and Alan were doing illegal drug businesses and were drug addicts who would do anything for drugs. Before I came in the room, there was another girl that stopped coming. Suddenly, I found her mobile in Alan's cupboard, and in the next page, she wrote that I think they suspected me. Then she wrote that Alan and Nick met her and threatened her for life, saying they will send pictures all over. She kept her mouth shut. I was trembling. I couldn't read more. So I called my brother and told him everything. After that, he called the police right away, and police reached before my family could. I was with the warden. Everybody was shocked and thrilled with what they heard and saw. Nick and Alan were captured by the police, and after investigations, truth came in light. They were in an organ traffickers with some criminals who were giving them drugs and in exchange asked for human organs. I left that place and came back to my hometown. After that, I got admission in a nearby college. My brother used to drop and pick me up for months. It was the scariest experience of my entire life. Donna? As I saw her figure amidst the crowd, I rushed there. "Jack, where are you going? I was in the middle of talking. Jack!" I heard my date calling me from behind, but I ignored her since finding Donna was more important to me than dating. I looked around for several hours as the crowd started to fade, and there was no sign of her. Did I imagine it? Was I mistaken by someone else? As these questions crossed my mind, I was reminded of the girl I asked out over Hinge, whom I ditched to chase over a shadow. I called on her number and wasn't even a slight bit surprised that she blocked me. Who wouldn't? If I was in a normal condition, even I would block the person who ran off in the middle of a date. Dating was never my idea in the first place. My best friend Joseph was the one who installed Hinge on my phone and set this date up for me. I did chat with the girl a few times, and she seemed nice and all, but my mind was distracted during the entire date. After sending an apologetic text, I threw my phone to the side of the bed, and then myself. As I stared at the ceiling, I couldn't help but remember the times I spent with her, and how much I regret not being able to stop her from leaving. Donna is my little sister, and among 5 siblings, she was the youngest and only sister, so she was loved by all. Of course, I was the one who was the second youngest and 2 years older than her, so my bond with her was the strongest. The two of us went to the same school. If anyone ever bullied her, she would run to me in the middle of class, and I would always stand up for her. That didn't mean that I left teasing and irritating her to the side. No, the more we hung out, the more we got on each other's nerves. Being the only girl in the family except for Mom, Donna had the privileges, and no one dared to raise their voice on her, except for me. The two of us fought like cat and mouse, and despite all the factors, she would still want to follow me around and play with me. I didn't mind it either, since I loved her just as much as everyone else. We all know how the families in USA work. Once the brothers start to turn 18, they move out one by one, leaving only the two of us with Mom and Dad. By the time Ethan, who was only 2 years older than me, moved, our oldest brother had proposed to her girlfriend for marriage. Even then, I didn't realize that my baby sister was starting to get quieter, and her behavior started to change. After Andrew's marriage, Logan also decided to start his family and moved with his fiancée. Then one day, Donna came to my room in the middle of the night to talk and asked if I would also move out of the house after turning 18. There was nothing I could say at the time since it was what I was, and my 18th birthday was 11 months away. To be honest, I didn't want to leave her all alone yet. I wasn't ready. But I knew very well that our parents wouldn't agree to me staying till her 18th birthday, so I didn't have a say in this. Besides, I'd already started to look for a place and was saving up money by working part-time. Judging my silence as a yes, she quietly got up and rushed out of my room. That was the first time I noticed my sister's changed behavior. Otherwise, she was always the stubborn type, and would often keep repeating her question until I gave her the answer she wanted to hear. Ever since that day, the talking between the two of us went to a bare minimum. The only time she would speak to me was when there was something necessary. I thought maybe she needed some time, looking at how all the drastic changes in her life were taking place, so I didn't think much of it and let her be. But her solitude went on way too long, and she ended up cutting me off completely, which started to concern me. We had fought before, and there were times when we went off to not talking to each other, but it never lasted more than 2 days, and at the end of the day, we would always end up talking among one another. A month before my birthday, she came to my room once again and asked if I had time to talk. "Sure, why don't you sit down first?" I said, clearing up my clothes off the bed. "I've asked Mom and Dad that I would be moving in with my boyfriend, and they've given me permission. So I was thinking I should tell you as well." I was confused at what I just heard. She wasn't even 16 yet. "What are you talking about, Donna? Why would Mom and Dad allow that?" As I asked her, she just shrugged her shoulders and looked me in the eyes. "You're not kidding, are you?" My voice was still filled with doubts, thinking she was pulling some sort of prank to stop me from moving out. "Why would I do that? You can ask our parents if you don't believe me." As she said that, my anger rose, and I ended up raising my voice. "Are you out of your mind? You want to live with a boy, and do you have any idea how dangerous it is?" Her expression changed, looking at me shout at her. It wasn't irritation, sadness, or anything, and it was something I couldn't tell at the moment. I rushed to Mom and Dad's room to ask if it was true that they had given her permission, and leaving me dumbfounded that they said yes, along with the lines that they had met the guy and he seemed rich and nice. Did they even love any of us? After arguing with them for almost an hour, I stormed outside the house without even looking at Donna. I didn't want to go back, so I stayed over at Joseph's place for the night. The next day when I got home, I noticed my sister wasn't there. For some reason, my heart started beating loudly, and the feeling of agitation started to take over my senses. I called Mom to ask if they were together, but she stated that she left her home this morning. Her voice sounded carefree as if she said she might be hanging out with her boyfriend, so I rejected the call. But for some reason, this situation seemed alarming to me. I rushed to her room only to find that her things weren't there anymore. Her clothes, shoes, makeup, and even books. Everything was gone. Was she planning on running away from the start? I tried calling her number, but she didn't pick up, and after several times, she turned her phone off. Having no idea who her boyfriend was, my perturbation only grew stronger by the minute. I again gave a call to Mom and asked about her boyfriend, but looking at how she didn't even remember his name, I was more than disturbed. Even Father had no idea about who he was and where he lived. I couldn't understand why in the world they permitted her to move in if they didn't even have basic information on the boy. Were they so eager for us to move out? I asked every possible person I knew she had contact with, and none of them had a single clue about her whereabouts or her boyfriend. After searching for her for days, I went to the police to report her missing, and as I was done with that, I went back to the house. And since my parents were so eager to see us move out, I did too. The news of her running away was shared with the other brothers as well, and everyone's trying just as hard as I am to look for her. But as all of them have a family to take care of, their time gets shared with them. That was the entire reason I was not ready to date. But Joseph keeps forcing me to move my life along with the search and keeps setting me up on dates on Hinge. The only reason I have this app is to see if my sister's profile pops up someday. I can find her. I hope she's alive and well. Whatever it is, she's still my 16-year-old little sister, and I don't want her to get hurt.
Once upon a time in the quiet town of Milburg, nestled somewhere in the heart of America, a 29-year-old man named Jake Anderson found himself entangled in a web of desperation and debt. Formerly employed at the local Domino's Pizza, Jake had recently faced the harsh reality of unemployment due to his struggles with alcohol addiction. Jake, who was now without a job and dealing with personal struggles, walked through the streets of Milburg. The smell of freshly baked pizzas filled the air, and he couldn't escape the sight of the Domino's sign in the distance, a constant reminder of the job he used to have. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Jake found himself standing across the street from the very Domino's Pizza that had been a part of his daily life. The neon lights beckoned to him, casting a glow on his face as he contemplated his next move. Desperation gripped Jake's heart as he faced the mounting debts that loomed over him like a dark cloud. A recent eviction notice had forced him out of his apartment, and creditors were hounding him for the money he owed. His addiction had cost him his job at Domino's, leaving him with no means of earning an honest living. In the shadows, a figure emerged from the alley, a man with weary eyes and a hardened expression. It was Hank, Jake's former co-worker at Domino's, who had witnessed Jake's downward spiral. Hank approached him, a mixture of concern and curiosity etched on his face.
"Haven't seen you around here in a while, Jake. What brings you back to Domino's?"
Hank inquired, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Jake paused for a moment, his tired eyes showing the heaviness of his situation. "Hank, I'm in a really bad spot. I lost my job, got kicked out of my place, and debts are stacking up. I'm lost." Hank sighed, realizing how tough things were for Jake.
"I understand. It's hard right now. But stealing from Domino's won't fix your problems, my friend."
The words lingered in the air as Jake glanced at the Domino's Pizza storefront. The aroma of freshly baked pizza dough wafted towards them, stirring memories of happier times when Jake tossed pizzas in the kitchen with his co-workers. "I know it's wrong, Hank, but I'm desperate. I owe money to people who aren't the forgiving type. I need to repay them, and I've got nowhere else to turn," Jake confessed, his voice tinged with desperation. Hank scratched his head, torn between loyalty to a friend and the moral dilemma of aiding a theft.
"There's gotta be another way, Jake. Let's figure something out together. Stealing from Domino's won't end well for either of us."
As the two former co-workers engaged in a heartfelt conversation, a passerby overheard their dialogue and recognized Jake. It was Clara, another familiar face from the Domino's crew. She joined the conversation, her concern evident. "Jake, stealing is never the answer. We're a team, even if we're not working together anymore. Let's find a way to help you out of this mess," Clara suggested, her eyes reflecting a genuine desire to assist. The three of them worked together to think of ways to help Jake with his money troubles. As they talked, the words Domino's Pizza came up frequently, a reminder of the challenges they faced and the bonds they formed while working at the pizza place. Over the next few weeks, Hank and Clara rallied the support of the Milburg community. They organized a fundraiser at the local community center, leveraging the goodwill of their fellow citizens to help Jake get back on his feet. The news spread like wildfire, reaching even those who had never set foot in Domino's Pizza. The town of Milburg rallied behind Jake, demonstrating the power of compassion and community. The fundraiser exceeded expectations, providing Jake with enough funds to repay his debts and secure a fresh start. The Milburg Gazette covered the heartwarming story, emphasizing the role of unity and kindness in overcoming adversity. Standing in the midst of the crowd at the community center, Jake felt thankful and relieved. The future, which had seemed bleak before, now had a ray of hope, thanks to the kindness of those who had once worked alongside him at Domino's Pizza. In the end, Jake's journey taught him that sometimes, when life throws you a curveball, the support of a community can be the ultimate game changer. The Domino's Pizza, once a symbol of despair, became a beacon of hope and redemption for Jake and his newfound friends in Millburg. As days turned into weeks, Jake took the opportunity to turn his life around. With the financial assistance from the fundraiser, he enrolled in a rehabilitation program to address his alcohol addiction. The Millburg community continued to stand by him, offering emotional support and encouragement during his challenging journey to recovery. Meanwhile, the story of Millburg's compassion reached far beyond the town's borders. News outlets picked up the heartwarming tale of a community coming together to help one of its own. Offers of assistance and messages of support poured in from people across the country, inspired by the small town's display of empathy. With newfound determination, Jake emerged from rehabilitation with a fresh perspective on life. He rekindled his passion for pizza making, not as a means of employment this time, but as a therapeutic outlet. The local pizzeria, not Domino's this time, welcomed him to volunteer, providing him with an opportunity to rebuild his skills and confidence. Hank and Clara, too, found their lives enriched by the experience. The bonds formed during the challenging times at Domino's Pizza transformed into lifelong friendships. The trio, once connected by a shared workplace, now stood as a testament to the resilience of human connection. Jake, once a lost soul wandering the streets of Millburg, became a symbol of resilience and the transformative power of compassion. His journey from the depths of despair to a life of purpose inspired many, turning the page on a chapter that began with the flickering lights of a Domino's Pizza sign. In the calm town of Millburg, Jake Anderson's story became a real-life example of the lasting power in community connections. It showed that even tough situations could be conquered through compassion, unity, and a readiness to offer help.
I was raised over in Little John Island back in Maine. John has a small community of about 100 people just off the coast near Yarmouth. Technically speaking, it's long been incorporated into Yarmouth Township, and all the island kid bus across the bridges to the high schools there. But try telling that to the islanders. We never say we're from Yarmouth when people ask where we're from. We answer Little John every time. Maybe it's the fact that we're cut off by the ocean. Maybe it's just the people who live there. But this strong sense of togetherness and independence on Little John, kind of like a siege mentality only without the siege. As I said, the island kids used to catch the bus across the Talbot Road and the Sandy Point bridges in order to get to school, which included me. It just so happened that my favorite teacher, Coach Collins, was also an islander, and he was my favorite teacher for two reasons. Not only did he teach history and coach the senior ice hockey team, but he was just an all-around nice guy too, and he used to give me a ride home after practice. Since walking home during a Maine winter night can almost be downright dangerous, Coach Collins was the kind of guy that kids like me really looked up to. He almost turned pro after playing hockey in college, won a Bronze Star in Vietnam, and unlike many of his colleagues, in a way of talking to his students that made you feel like he was your cool uncle or something. He was the best. No one had a bad word to say about him, and for a long time, Coach Collins occupied some mythical status in the town's collective consciousness. So it's March 7th, 1989. I remember the exact date because Dino Ciccarelli was traded from the Minnesota North Stars to the Washington Capitals. He was the outlaw hockey player for a while, a complete jerk, but God could he shoot a puck. And it was all we talked about at practice at night. Then in the middle of practice, I looked and see my girlfriend's best friend Kelly standing at the edge of the ice. She starts calling me over, and when I get a chance, I skate over to see what she wants. Kelly tells me that my girlfriend wanted me to call her as soon as I got home. From the way Kelly was acting, I knew it wasn't going to be good news. Consequently, I'm totally distracted for the rest of practice. My shooting sucks, and I'm in a stinker of a mood. By the time it comes for Coach Collins to give me a ride home like usual, he does his regular approachable patriarch routine. He talks, he dishes out some wholesome advice, and suddenly I'm not catastrophizing so much anymore. I thank him, go inside, call on my girlfriend, and what are you now? She wants to break up. Coach's advice sort of stopped me from having a full-blown teenage heartbreak moment, but I was still upset. Only I couldn't just sit around eating ice cream and feeling sorry for myself. That was masculine upset. I was troubled, so to speak. I figured I'd steal one of my dad's beers and go for a walk in the woods, maybe stand out on Madeline Point looking all broody and such. So that's exactly what I did. Looking back on it, it was just puppy love, no big deal. But as I said, it bruised my ego enough to feel like heartbreak, and that's all that mattered, I suppose. Either way, I found myself wishing I could talk to Coach Collins about it again. A guy like that had seen and experienced so much, and he still managed to come home and start a happy, functional family. He'd know what to say. He'd know what it was I had to do. I'm almost a Madeline Point, and I'm right where there's a kind of fork in the dirt road. One way leads to the water. The other is the overgrown driveway of a long abandoned house. Now the sun hasn't quite set by that time, and there's still a little bit of that blue twilight in the sky, and it gives the rotting old structure this awesomely creepy vibe. So creepy, in fact, that I almost soiled my pants when I heard some car horn let out the short, sharp horn from somewhere real close by. I had no idea anyone else was around. The whole point of walking out that far towards Madeline Point was so I could be on my own. And since the place was normally deserted during the drizzly Maine springtime, I was kinda spooked that anyone was there at all. But by that point, I'm a little buzzed and naturally curious. So I started cautiously padding off down the overgrown driveway, trying to find the source of the honk, when I finally saw the truck that seemed to be parked deliberately out of sight among the trees. I couldn't believe my eyes. Remember how I said I wish I had Coach Collins to talk to, that I could have really used some of that wholesome, cool uncle advice he'd always had on hand? Well, guess what? Like some miraculous act of God, whose truck should I find parked in the trees but Coach Collins? This is weirdly comic moments at first when I'm super happy to see his truck. But I also realize I'm carrying the beer I stole from my dad. I dart back out of sight, toss the beer, then start chomping on the stick to double mint that I've been carrying to get the smell of booze off my breath. I'm just about to come back around the trees for a second time when the passenger door of the coach's truck swings open. I watched as someone basically falls out of it, stumbles through the feet, then leans up against a tree and starts puking. I could tell right away it wasn't Coach Collins. It actually looked like a girl, and it was confirmed when I heard the kind of high-pitched puking sound she made. Okay, I realize that might sound weird, but guys and girls puke different. It is what it is. But anyway, I started straining my eyes to see who it is. Light is getting pretty low at that point, and without being able to see behind the mess of long hair, it was hard to tell exactly who it was. But then I hear Coach Collins saying something from inside the truck. Only it didn't sound like the Coach Collins I knew the back in the truck. Maria. Then I realized who it was. Maria and I had chemistry together, so I had spoke to her once or twice, and she'd been a cheerleader for the longest time, until recently dropping out of her squad. Her dropping out of the squad had coincided with a decline in her GPA and an overall odd shift in her behavior. A bunch of rumors went around that ran the spectrum of patiently ridiculous to sinisterly believable, but the truth had remained in the dark. He had something was definitely having a negative effect on Maria. And there came a moment when I realized I might have just found out what that thing was. In among the trees, maybe 40 or 50 feet away, I watched Maria wiping her mouth before the coach yelled something at her from the driver's seat. "Don't make me tell you again, Maria. Get back in the truck." Maria seemed to be fighting back tears, like getting back in the truck was the last thing on earth she wanted to do. Then I literally can't believe what I'm seeing as she turns, tug on her jeans a little that buttons and close. I'm glad I don't have to explain the connotation of that, because even after all these years later, the idea still makes my skin crawl. Only as Maria turns, I must have been leaning too far out from the tree I'm using for cover, because there's this one horrible moment where we both just lock eyes for a second. I assume I'm busted, so I start edging away before breaking into a run back toward Cousin Street. As I'm running, I keep expecting to hear the truck revving its engine, either to follow me or take off to avoid being seen again. But nothing happens. I just run and run and run until I reach the Talbot Road bridge that led back to Little John and home. Once I was home and had calmed down a bit, I started to wonder why I ran in the first place. I know it sounds horrible. In retrospect, the way Coach was talking to Maria should have told me everything I needed to know. There was a lack of empathy that she was vomiting, not to mention the question why she was vomiting in the first place. But I was young, scared, and embarrassingly drunk off of one beer, so I tried to rationalize. I didn't even really see Coach Collins, and it's possible that someone else in the area owned a truck the same model as his. Sure, the voice sounded like him, but that didn't mean it was. Besides, if something shady was going on, surely Maria would have told me since she'd seen me and all. But thinking of it, had she seen me? Maybe I just imagined she had. And if they were doing something awful, why not speed off or give chase? There was a lot that I could interpret as being totally harmless, but there was a disturbing amount that indicated that what I had seen was something very, very wrong. But then, what was had to be do about it? Accuse Coach Collins, the small-town war hero, a father, a husband, the best hockey coach in the Northeast, of being a freaking predator? That was unthinkable to me. What if I accused him and there was a perfectly reasonable explanation? I'd be a pariah. I wouldn't be able to show my face around town, let alone at hockey practice. The same hockey practice I love had and he coached? I'm sorry to ramble. I just need you to understand my mindset about it and why I kept so quiet about the whole thing for like a straight week. I know it was the wrong play. And to everyone reading this, especially to Maria, and sorry, you just have to understand. I figure if anything was going to go down, it'd be the next day at school. Maybe Maria would confront me about spying on her or something. I had no idea. Everything was still so unclear at the time, hence my hesitancy to act on it. But nothing happened. No one said anything. Coach Collins passed me in the hallway and just said morning like he normally did. I tried to act normal about it. I tried to push it all way in the back of my mind, but I've never been very good at hiding the way I feel. I know people noticed the change in my attitude. Mother weekend, my mom was asking why I was being so quiet. I told her I was just tired, but I guess it's because it's the only thing I wanted to talk about was off limits. I especially couldn't act the same around Coach Collins, and it was only when I went to check out his truck after school that I got any sense of reassurance. I noticed that there was this big Support Our Troops sticker on his back bumper, something I didn't remember seeing on the trunk in the woods that day. But as much as I tried to ignore it, the fact remains that I simply may not have noticed it at the time, because understandably I was very much distracted by other events. But still, I kept my mouth shut, and actually took a few more days before I actually did anything about it. The day I broke was exactly a week after the event for 7 nights straight. All I thought about before I drifted off into an uneasy sleep was the possibility of Coach Collins being the voice in the truck, of how if he was doing something seriously evil to Maria right under the noses of everyone in town, then I had to do something about it. I wouldn't be able to live with myself otherwise. So I decided to approach Maria. I couldn't just ask who she was with promise to keep my mouth shut and live with the consequences. I didn't have to drop Coach Collins' name, and I could just gauge her reaction to the question. And when I looked at it like that, it seemed all easy and simple. I mean, she told me if she needed help, right? And that's what I did. I came up with Maria after chemistry one afternoon, asked if I could talk to her in private, apologized for what I was about to ask, then just hit her with it. Who were you with near the power station last week? The way she looked at me at first made me think she was about to just deny it. This mocking and crazy kind of look. I cut her off with, "I know as you I saw you. And you saw me too. I just need to know who you were with." After that, all her bluster just melted away, and the confident ex-cheerleader began to look like a scared little girl. "No one," she said, and just walked off towards lockers. I tried one more time to talk to her about it, but as she walked past me in the school parking lot, all she had to say to me was, "Leave me alone." That was the crushing moment that I realized that my worst fears had come true. And then nothing about little John could ever be the same for me ever again. The trouble was, I was at something of an impasse. Even if I did tell the cops about the coach, she'd have to actually want to talk to someone about it. Otherwise, all I had was a baseless accusation that might ruin my life completely. If I was going to do anything, it needed to be well planned and delicately executed. But just what that was, I had no idea at the time. And the week since I saw Murray in the woods, I had skipped hockey practice twice. And the times I showed up, I ducked Coach Collins when he asked me about my usual ride home. But that evening, when I fumbled for some excuse about going over to a friend's house to study, he said something that made my stomach tie itself into a knot. "Get in the truck." The tone was almost the exact same as he had been in the woods previously. If there was any doubt still left in my mind, there wasn't after that. Part of me wanted to just get in the truck and go back to pretending like I hadn't seen anything. Or if I did, it was all perfectly explainable. But the other part of me, the rational part, told me that getting in Coach Collins' truck was a very, very bad idea. I told him no. Nothing else. Just one solitary no. And what followed were a few moments of silence as I saw a look come over the coach's face that I'd never seen before. He became cold, expressionless, and only later did it occur to me that what I was looking at might have been the last thing one or two Viet Cong guerrillas saw before. "You know?" Then he spoke. "Have you got something you want to ask me, son?" I just shook my head. "Good. Because being so close to graduating, it would be a shame if anything were to keep you from your studies, wouldn't?" He said, and waited for a response, and I didn't say a thing in reply. "Kid like you has a lot of potential. You can enroll in some fancy college across the country, get some well-paid big city job, and just leave little John behind. Never look back. You understand me?" The horrible thing was, I didn't understand. I heard what he said, and I saw the appeal, but I hated him. I felt betrayed, and I wanted everyone to know he was a liar, a cheat, and a predator. So after a week of doing nothing, I finally went home and told my mom I know it was something I should have done a week prior. It was obvious just from how tactful she knew how to handle the situation. She drove over to Maria's house, talked to Maria's mom, and private, she was quick to add. Then the pair of them approached Maria and just, I didn't even know, used their mom magic to just coax it out of her. But the time she got home around 10, just 3 hours after she left, she said Maria and her mom were ready to go to the police. Only the thing is, unlike Hollywood movies where there's usually some big resolution and everyone gets their just desserts, etc., this story doesn't have a real end to it. Coach Collins was questioned by police, but since the DEA or judge, whoever, didn't think there was enough evidence to push for a trial, the coach was never arrested or charged with anything. Maria, on the other hand, died in a car accident where the other driver was twice over the legal limit. Just smashed into her and her sister while they were coming back from Portland one night. It was a horrific tragedy and meant that whatever secrets Maria had went to her grave with her. But the cherry on top is not only was Coach Collins never punished for what he did, but he was right about me. I went into a college on Seattle, Ended up getting a job here in Oregon. Mom and Dad moved into Portland as they got older. So I've not been back to Little John in almost 20 years now, and honestly, I'd like to keep it that way. I can't stand small towns in general anymore. My wife thinks that's cutesy and kitsch, but only because she grew up in Chicago. Me, I know how small towns work. I know they all have dark secrets buried just below the surface. But unlike big cities where bad things happen all the time, people just don't see it. In small towns, people know all about the bad things, and it's not that they can't see it, they just choose not to. I was scrolling through my phone when I came across an article, The Mysterious Disappearance of the Manic Street Preacher's Star. I opened the article to read it. It said Ricky Edwards vanished on the 1st of February 1995 and was presumed to have committed suicide. I read the article and got curious, so I Googled his name, and then I found out about his mysterious disappearance. Ricky Edwards was a songwriter, musician, and rhythm guitarist of the alternative rock band Manic Street Preachers. He joined the band in 1989 and became the 4th member and spokesman. He had a younger sister, Rachel, and the two of them were very close. His interests were in music and literature. He often used to refer to writers and poets during interviews. His love for poetry reflected through his songwritings. Edward was suffering from severe depression and often talked about it in his interviews. He was often implementing self-harm and used to cut himself and stuff cigarettes on his arms. He said, "When I cut myself, I feel so much better. All the things that might have been annoying me suddenly seem so trivial because I'm concentrating on the pain. I'm not a person who can scream and shout, so this is my only outlet." He also had insomnia and a drinking problem. He often used to drink so that he could sleep. Edward was the first person to talk about his depression publicly and inspired his fans to do so. His fans started to follow Edwards and started to harm themselves like him, copying him, etc. Caitlin Moran has also stationed in the Times. Edwards became a cause among depressives, alcoholics, anorexics, and self-mutilators because he was the first person in the public's eyes to talk openly about these subjects, not with swagger, bravado, and a subtext of "look how tortured and cool I am," but with humility, sense, and often bleak humor. On the 15th of May 1991, when he was asked a question by NME journalist Steve Lamont about how serious he was for his art, he carved the words "for real" into his forearm with a razor blade as his response. On the 1st of February 1995, Edwards, along with Bradfield, a fellow band member, was supposed to fly to the United States for a promotional tour of the Star Preacher's album, The Holy Bible, which was released in 1994. In the morning of the 1st of February 1995, he was reported missing by his family, and the search began. Edward took his wallet, car keys, and some Prozac and his passport, and checked out of the hotel at 7 a.m., leaving his packed suitcase behind. After he drove to his friend's place in Cardiff, he left his passport, Prozac, and the Servant Bridge tool both received. In the following couple of weeks, he was reported to be spotted by a fan in the Newport passport office and at Newport bus station who was unaware that Edwards was missing. The night before his disappearance, he gave a book, the novel With Cocaine, to a friend, telling her to read the introduction, which followed the details of the author staying in a mental asylum. Investigation continued, and on the 7th of February, a driver reported that he supposedly picked up Edwards from the King's Hotel and drove him around the valleys. Reportedly, the passenger had Cockney accent, which occasionally slipped into Welsh one. He got out at the Severn View service station near Oss, South Gloucestershire. Edwards Volks Cavalier received a parking ticket on the 14th of February at the Severn View service station, but it was reported abandoned on the 17th of February. Police discovered the car's battery to be dead, along with the photos of his families that were taken before his disappearance. It looked like someone had lived in the car. It was supposed that Edward had jumped out from the Severn Bridge, a known suicide site, but many of his known people claimed that he was not the type to commit suicide. Edwards himself said in 1994, "In terms of S-word, that does not enter my mind, and it never has been done in terms of attempts, but I am stronger than that. I might be a weak person, but I can take pain." Reportedly, Edwards was spotted in Goa, India, and on the islands of Fuerteventura and Lanzarote. Apart from those, there have been other alleged sightings of Edwards as well. The investigation continued, but apart from his reported sightings, there were no other evidence to the police. The investigation received a heavy criticism, was also quoted by Simpson Price, far from satisfactory. He said that police should have taken Edwards' mental state into account when they are prioritizing his disappearance. Edwards' family was given the option to declare him legally dead from 2022, but they did not for many years. His status was missing persons until the 23rd of November 2008, when he was announced presumed dead. There were many books that were written based on Edwards' disappearance, such as Rob Jonovich's book, A Version of Reason, The Search for Richie Edwards and the Manic Street Preachers. It was published in 2009. A novel was written by Ben Myers with the name of Richard, a Novel, which was published on the 1st of October 2010. Another book published in 2019 with the consent of Edward's sister, which was written by Sarah Hawes by the name of Withdrawn Trace, Searching for the Truth About Ricky Manic. That book claimed evidences that Edwards staged his own disappearance. After reading about Edwards, I opened one of his songs, Stay Beautiful, and started listening to it. And while I was listening to the song, many questions started to rise. What really happened to him? Did Edwards really commit suicide, or was he so fed up by the fame in that industry that he wanted to live a peaceful life somewhere else? Did he really stage his disappearance? And if someone killed him and they forged all those sightings of him, what was the real reason behind his disappearance? As I was thinking all these questions with my eyes closed, I fell asleep without even noticing.
I live in a small rural community in the eastern United States. It's a nice little town, and because of my work in the medical field, I've met some interesting folks. I'm also familiar with law enforcement and emergency personnel. Small town life is not as dull and uneventful as people think, especially since everybody knows somebody who knows somebody. I have a lot of stories to share, but since this one just happened, I'll start here. Because it's still very recent and the investigation is ongoing, I have to be vague with some details, but I needed to tell someone. I'm single and live alone. Due to a stalker, I've moved twice, but that's another story for another time. However, it is relevant for this story for multiple reasons. The first reason being that I have a dog for the sake of protection, as well as have motion sensors and outdoor security cameras. The second reason being the location of my home, which is literally down the street from the fire department. I can see it from my living room window right now, and a couple of blocks from the police station. However, next to the fire department is the road department, which is basically a parking lot where they park their road equipment and empty garage trucks at night and on weekends. Oddly, it doesn't have a security camera. Small town life, I suppose. My house sits on a hill with a good view of that side of the street. Due to the incline, the large trees in the front yard, and the half cornfield in the property next to me, most people in the street below wouldn't notice me in the backyard unless they were actively looking. However, I can see the street clearly. This incident happened Saturday evening. The county was holding its annual Independence Day spiel with a community barbecue, music, fireworks, etc. I didn't attend because it's just not my thing. Plus, I have a dog and the sound of fireworks could be traumatizing, as I'm sure many of you know. Before the big show, I took the dog out to relieve herself in the backyard. There was still at least an hour of daylight, but the entire neighborhood was pretty quiet because most everyone was at the fairgrounds or various other holiday events. So when an unfamiliar, large white pickup drove slowly down the street, I noticed. It must have turned around at the end of the street because I saw it again, moving in the opposite direction only about 20 seconds later. This time it turned into the parking lot of the road department. Now, people have been known to toss things into the empty garage trucks, usually at night to avoid getting caught, because they don't want to or they're unable to make the trip to the landfill themselves. Usually it's things like furniture or broken equipment, but I didn't see any of those things in the back of this truck. The driver was a somewhat stocky guy of average height. He took 3 large black trash bags from the bed of his truck and tossed them one by one into the hopper of the garbage truck. Then he left. Now, I swear I'm not one of those meddling rear window types who always thinks activity is suspicious and that their neighbors are up to no good, but something about this didn't sit right with me. Normally, when I see people tossing their garbage into the trucks and leaving, I don't bother reporting it because it's relatively harmless. But this time, I had a gut feeling. So I called the police. If anything, they could get the guy for illegally dumping trash from a barbecue or whatever. While I'm on the phone with dispatch, I put my dog inside to cut down on distractions while the officers investigate. A few minutes later, an officer arrived and I crossed the street to meet him, gave him a description of the events, and pointed out which of the trucks the man had tossed the bags. He found the bags, took photos. He put on gloves and told me to stay back. The bags were tied in a knot at the top, and it took him a minute to untie one because of the gloves and how tight the knot was. But eventually he got it open, looked inside for a few seconds, then twisted it closed and took a few steps back. "Dear God," he hissed under his breath. "What?" "It's a body." I felt sick. I could tell he felt sick too. I saw him grow pale. His hand was trembling when he held the radio. Even his voice was shaking as he gave the code to dispatch. The dispatcher sounded confused when she asked him to repeat it. Within 10 minutes, the county sheriff was on the scene. Even he looked sick at the contents of the bag. The coroner arrived about 10 minutes after that, and the first officer walked me back to the house along with another one who arrived at the same time as the coroner. Though I showed the first cop via the app on my phone when I described the events initially, I now showed them the video on a larger screen. The camera caught footage of the truck as it drove by both times, as well as pulling into the parking lot, though unfortunately not a clear view of the license plate or the man tossing the bags out of frame. We watched the footage over and over, pausing frames, the officers taking notes. Ultimately, they requested this footage as well as a copy of the files from the past week to see if the truck had been in the area before. I've also been saving footage until the road department installs their own camera this week. Because this is still fresh, I don't know many more details. I know the body was in pieces, as they said, but I don't know the age of the victim, the gender, cause of death, any of that. Information hasn't been released to the public yet. I don't know if the coroner has ever been able to identify the body yet. A police cruiser has been parked at the fire department next door for constant surveillance in case the guy comes back. The guy who dumped the body was likely a local. How else would he know that he could dump there? He probably thought it'd get buried in other people's illegal trash accumulated over the holiday weekend, and the sanitation crew wouldn't have bothered to investigate. When I think about how this guy lives in my community, it makes me physically ill. To think that he had clearly scouted the area for a dump site, that it may not have been the first time this had happened, that this could happen again. If I hadn't called it in, if I hadn't been in the backyard at the exact moment, or if I had ignored that gut feeling, the victim would have never been found, may never find potential justice. Their loved ones may never have closure. In fact, there's a possibility that it might just happen again to another poor soul, and I just hope that it's not me. Back when I was a junior in high school, this guy transferred in from out of state who developed a serious obsession with me. It started out kind of harmless at first. He would try talking to me, but only ever about the weirdest stuff. Like if he'd been all sweet about asking me out, I definitely would have felt guilty turning him down, but because he was so obnoxious, I had zero qualms with telling him to get lost. A good example would be the first time I rejected him. Most guys might just take it in their stride, maybe think I was playing hard to get, but this kid heard my no and immediately just punched a locker right next to me. The sound of it had me jumping out of my skin, and the few doubts I had about rejecting him completely evaporated the moment he acted out like that. He didn't just punch the locker either, because he caused such a scene. He literally ran away from the lockers at full speed. It was seriously the most embarrassing and terrifying thing that had ever happened to me at that point. Well, at the hands of another human being anyway. He did seem to take a few steps back following this little outburst, but he soon redoubled his efforts, joining every after-school club I was a member of. When they were done, he'd follow me home at a distance. One time my dad caught him doing it and chased him up the street after that. It became this huge family issue. I just found the whole thing thoroughly mortifying, I guess because I just didn't get how serious it was. It was annoying, kind of scary even, but I didn't think he had what it took to actually hurt me. But as it turned out, that wasn't really the issue. After a few months of my turning down dates, he told me if I didn't want to go out with him, that he would take his own life. I still said no. I found stuff like that sort of emotional blackmail, to be frankly disgusting, and instead of having its intended effect to garner my sympathy, I hated this kid more than ever. The whole feeling was grounded in the idea that he just wouldn't do anything, that he didn't have the guts, the balls. He was all empty threats and grand theatrical displays, or so I thought. The next few days, he was missing from school. Rumors were around that he actually did take his own life, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't freak me out thinking he actually had gone through and done it. I mean, that'd be something that'd stay with me for the rest of my life. A kid told me he'd end himself if I didn't date him. I didn't, so he did. But God, if I didn't feel like punching him in the face as soon as he showed up again, I figured he'd just skip school for a few days to scare me a little bit. Mission accomplished. And this confirmed that he didn't have the balls to do it. He was wearing bandages when he showed up again and actually cornered me at lunch to say, "You made me do this." I just ignored him. I didn't want to actually ask to see the cuts, but a part of me is still so effing sure that they were covering up nothing at all. But the next big incident was at the end of our senior year. After a club meeting, I stayed behind to help clean up. My friend had stepped out to go grab something from their lockers, so I didn't see my stalker walk back into the room. He must have just saw his opportunity, came up behind me, and grabbed my chest. I don't remember what he said, but I was so freaked out that I actually squealed. That's the point I got the cops involved. As the room's security camera captured the whole thing, the whole ordeal ended up in court. He got a conviction, and I think his handsiness actually cost him his place at his preferred college too. It was a little piece of revenge that I cherished, but it turned out it just gave him a whole bunch of free time that he could use to stalk me. I became absolutely paranoid with him hanging around my college campus, and by that stage he was exhibiting every possible behavior of a controlling, manipulative sociopath. I just remember being terrified that he'd eventually try something worse. I finally transferred schools, and about a year later, I started getting emails from him, most of which were apologies for how mean he was to me and asking if I forgave him. But the emails quickly turned into him begging for my Facebook info. I had him blocked on Facebook since high school, and I absolutely didn't want him to know where I was going to school, so I ended up blocking him on my email too. Since then, I've not heard from him again, and I have also moved across the country for another reason entirely. But the move honestly brought me a lot of relief that I wouldn't accidentally run into him sometime, and the whole cycle might start again. I got a few work-related stories from my hometown I can post. This first one happened when I was a 20-year-old college student. At the time, I worked in a, let's say, rustic-looking gas station. It wasn't a building by itself either. Rather, it acted more like a booth that was attached to a supermarket. The booth itself is located a bit off-site on the other side of this huge parking lot, but the supermarket owns it. The booth faces the store, but it has a huge woodland area directly behind it. The door to the booth faces left into the woods, and I know I'm being overly specific, but this is important. So the window in the booth is bulletproof, but only covers the front so you can't see directly to the left or right of the booth. At the time of this experience, I've been working at the station for maybe a few months, when all of a sudden, this nasty storm hit the area one night. The rain was so bad that you could barely see 10 feet in front of you, and it was flooding all over the place. But the supermarket, being desperate for money, refused to close the booth down, so I showed up for my typical 5 to 11 p.m. shift in the pouring rain. 3 hours into my shift, the power goes out due to the storm, which by this point has gotten downright apocalyptic. It's pitch black out there, and the rain is coming down hard, so I decided to sit tight in the booth while I wait for a manager or something to either let me go or to fix the power. Of course, this means the phones are down, so I can't call in the store, and nobody in their right mind is buying gas, so I decided to start doing my booth chores like cleaning the counter, counting cigarettes, tidying the drawer, etc. Now, this next part will require a bit more background information, so bear with me. The booth itself is supposed to be locked at all times, but one of the new hires managed to break the key off inside the lock, making one of our managers break the lock so we all could get back inside. That lock still hadn't been replaced, but we were told to pretend the door was still locked. The door still had a deadbolt, but I found it annoying to fool with, so I mostly just left it unlocked. Whenever I'd go to open the door, I'd pretend to put the key in and make an audible ksh sound like a lock being opened. Anyway, back to me sitting in the unlocked booth in the pitch-black pouring rain. I'm in the middle of my chores when I hear something outside the booth, like a muffled sort of splashing sound. Again, there is zero visibility, so I press my ear against the door and I can clearly hear someone walking around the booth, in the rain, before stopping in front of the door. Before I can kick myself for not locking it, I hear that ksh sound, followed by the most dreadfully quiet couple of seconds. I'm just waiting to die at the hands of some deranged serial killer or crackhead, when suddenly, the footsteps start splashing back into the woods. I quietly soil myself as I race to lock the deadbolt and I wait out my shift. I would occasionally hear the footsteps outside, but it never tried to open the door. Finally, my manager drives over in a truck to close me out for the night. Since I'm still kind of new here, I didn't want to seem like I was delusional or crazy or that I was a crackhead, so I never mentioned it to him or anyone else at the store. A few months later, this kid I was training told me he'd heard footsteps real late one night during a storm, and thankfully, the lock had been replaced since then. I just tell him it was nothing, but not to open the door if he thinks there is something out there. Not because I didn't want to look delusional, but because I can't explain this phenomenon. Now fast forward a couple of months, and I'm still working at the booth. By this point, I'm the second oldest person working there, so sometimes I'd get calls from younger coworkers when they accidentally mess up. On this particular night I was off, but I still got a call from this high schooler who I'll call Rhea. I look at the time and it's 9:30, so I sigh and pick up the phone, and before I can even get in a "what happened," Rhea is in hysterics, saying something about her trainee being missing, and then lots of sobbing. Confused, if not a little agitated that she called me first, I try to get her to call the cops or something if he's been kidnapped, but she insists that she can't call the cops because they wouldn't believe her. So, my next line of thinking is to ask her why she hasn't told a manager, and she cries some more and says that they wouldn't understand. More agitated than confused, I agreed to go out there and calm her down. I get dressed, go out there, and park next to the booth. There were no customers around, and the girl was just standing in the booth, staring at the door. She spots me, opens the door, and starts sobbing, telling me to hurry inside. Eventually, I got her to stop crying long enough to tell me what happened. Apparently, she was training this new guy, Matt, who was an older guy about my age, and she said, the dude felt off, like a robot or something, and kept staring at her all dazed. Several times he would stop talking mid-sentence and ignored her attempts to address it. At this point, she's getting real uncomfortable and is about to call into the store about him when he starts sort of humming, she says. She described it as kind of like as if someone was attempting to imitate a purring cat, like they were breathing heavily and buzzing at the same time. So she reaches for the phone, and he reacts by grabbing her hand and just staring at her. She starts bawling at this point, begging him to stop, and he lets go of her hand, then opens the door and just sprints off into the woods out of sight. She said he came back a few minutes just before I got there and asked to be let back in, but she refused, so he just ran back into the woods. At this point, I'm either thinking he picked up on the meth phase that the neighborhood was slinging around or that she's being dramatic. Regardless, the story sounded pretty dangerous and we needed to call the cops or something at least. I tell her we're going to call the cops and then we're going to walk outside and wait for them, but she doesn't want to go outside. She says that she can almost feel him waiting out there. Tired, irritated, and not really buying the story, I just say screw it. She can stay in the booth and call the cops while I make sure the tree line is clear. I take this weak little flashlight that I stashed out there after the first story and go outside to start scanning the tree line. I barely begin shining the light around when suddenly the hair stands up on the back of my neck as I hear this humming noise. She described it rather well too, because it sounded kind of like cicadas mixed with breathing. I look inside the booth and she's curled up in the chair, staring to my left. I didn't even look where she was staring, I just immediately booked it back to get inside. But I left the keys with her, and she's not getting up to let me in. I'm pounding on the door while screaming at her to let me in, and the humming stops abruptly as I hear something behind me and to the left. It's Matt. He's standing just on the edge of the trees. My panic intensifies, and at this point, Rhea finally lets me into the booth, and I immediately deadbolt the thing shut. All of a sudden, Matt is right outside asking to be let back in. He says he's sorry, and that he got a bit nervous back there, and he begins circling the booth while he just repeats the same couple of excuses, asking to come in. This continues for maybe 5 minutes before the cops arrive, and Matt just begins to run off into the woods again. I end up having to explain to both the cops and our manager what happened, leaving out the weird humming. As far as I know, Matt never showed up, so they fired him and Rhea quit eventually, and that was the end of it. I was never particularly close to Rhea since she was still in high school when I was in college, so we never got to talk about what happened. I have no idea what happened that night though. Maybe Matt was just some doped up meth junkie who was capable of making some really weird noises. I'll never know. I guess it could explain why he bolted out of there when the cops began to show up, but that day is still quite a mystery to my mind.
There was a point a couple years back where I decided that discovering Airbnb was the best thing that ever happened to me. And the weirdest thing was that the whole thing had blossomed from one of the worst things that ever happened to me. I've known friends and colleagues that have lost a parent and just sort of took it on the chin. Their death came in an advanced age or after a long illness. It was something that they could accept. But when I lost my dad out of the blue in 2017, it hit me really hard. He was fit and healthy. You're a really careful sort of bloke. And I doubt anyone could say the same for the drunk driver that plowed into him that Thursday evening. The only thing that was supposed to cushion the blow were the savings and life insurance payouts that the family got. I mean, it was a lot of money. Dad must have been squirreling away for years, enough to pay for my little sister to go traveling for what turned out to be a heck of a long time. But I didn't want the money. I just wanted my dad back. I had to wait for the grief to subside before I could decide what to do with it. And instead of just splurging it away, I decided to make an investment. It was around that time that a friend mentioned Airbnb and how an uncle of hers was making a killing from renting out a flat they owned in the city center. It was a bit daunting spending that amount of money, but I took the plunge. Then, after refurbishing the flats and posting an advert on Airbnb, I had my first booking within a week. The income was unreal. Within 6 months, I'd made half the money back, so I invested in another place a year, and I was flushed with cash. And even though I kept my full-time job, it got to a point where I didn't actually have to work anymore. Cue fancy holidays, a huge car upgrade. Life was good. Then boom, COVID hits, and my Airbnb income completely dried up. Remember when we all thought COVID will be over in a few weeks or months? What sweet summer children we were, and I was no different. I had no idea it gets so bad that I have to straight up rent one of the flats to be able to keep up my lifestyle. But luckily, it was a seller's market. You wouldn't think that'd be the case during pandemic, but it suited me just fine. I was inundated with applications for one of the flats. I mean, I got literally hundreds of people applying on that open rent website. Finding the right tenant was a lot more work than I thought it would be. Interviewing all the various applicants was a pain. There was some right weirdos applying for the tenancy, and the more I dwelled over who to choose, the more money I was losing. But then one morning, I wake up to an email for a prospective tenant telling me they'd be willing to pay $350 extra in rent every month, but that they'd have to move in by the end of the week. They didn't even want a viewing. They were happy enough to move in based on the photos I posted online. 350 quid extra was 50% over the odds, and way too good for an offer for me to turn down when I gave the bloke a ring. They seemed normal enough. It was pretty much done deal. All I had to do was hand them the keys. But when I actually met the bloke last December to do a masked up sanitizer-soaked socially distant key handover, it seemed anything but normal. I'm all for wearing masks and stuff, don't get me wrong. I think we should be doing all we can to defeat this. But this guy was completely covered from head to toe. Black Gator Rover's face hat on, had pulled over gloves, the works. I had absolutely no idea who I was handing the keys to really, just that they identified themselves as Stefan, in the same name as the account they contacted me. He barely spoke, and the whole interaction gave me a bad feeling. So I tell him I'll come by in a couple of days to see how he was doing. He had already paid me 2 months' rent on top of a security deposit, so that was basically stuck with him for the time being. I was starting to think my desperation for cash was about to get me in a lot of trouble. About a week later, I gave Stefan a ring to make sure he's settled in all right. I have to call him like 6 times before he answers, and when he finally does, he seems in no mood to talk, but he still somewhat reluctantly agrees to let me stop by. I start worrying about what sort of state the flat is going to be in, but little did I know that I wouldn't be seeing it at all. He refused to open the door to me, citing social distancing and stuff which I understand and respect, but there are ways to conduct a flat inspection without violating the whole 6-foot rule. I insist he refuses. I insist some more. He refuses some more. By the time it got to him threatening to call the police, any potentially good relationship we might have had goes right out the window. Right when he says that I would my mask down to make myself heard more clearly, and I catch this horrendous smell in the air, when it's so bad that actually silences me for a moment. I find myself putting my mask right over my mouth and nose, and the argument with Stefan trundles along with him agreeing to send me a video of the flat's current condition. The conversation ends, but I hang around for a minute to try to work out where the horrible smell is coming from. It seemed to permeate the entire corridor, like it was almost impossible to work out its exact source. And with it being so intense, nor did I want to, I just prayed it wasn't coming from the apartment. I just rented out. As you can imagine, I'm quite annoyed at that point. And as I walk back across the street toward my car, I turn back to have a look at the window of the apartment. Now my eyes are terrible, but I could suddenly see that this Stefan character and all the curtains closed, but had opted to hang a weird kind of mask in the window. I think it was a paper mache or something, and it must have been really old because it looked all shriveled, with long, wiry black hairs framing this pretty creepy looking face. I remember letting out an audible sigh like, Christ almighty, this is going to get so much worse before it gets better. And suddenly, the mask just disappears back into the curtains. It wasn't just some creepy old piece of decor. Someone had been wearing it and watching me while they were doing so. Stefan then sends me a video of the flat, which looked fine. Only there were one corner of the living room that he apparently refused to show me. I pressed him on it. He pretended not to know what I was talking about, and I decided to quit while I was ahead. It took a week before I started getting complaints. Other tenants in the building who must have gotten my number from the management company started calling me up to complain about the noise and the smell coming from flat 20, the one I own. And then after a while, the calls stopped being complaints and started more like warnings. Warning us about the things they'd heard coming from Steven's flat, and now the smell had gotten considerably worse. But still, Stefan refused any kind of formal flat inspection, and he still does even now. I drove past the flat about 2 weeks ago now. One evening when I was driving home from work, I'd had a late one at the office, so it was about 9 at night when I decided to take a little detour to check out the flat. I was met with almost immediate regret. Apparently, Stefan only uses red bulbs to light the flat after dark, and I'm staring up at the windows like, what's his freak up to now? When I see two people like running or jumping around the living room, completely naked by the looks of things. He's obviously not the only one living there now, despite there only being his name on the lease. I suppose this isn't even really a story because it doesn't have an end yet. I've already decided that I'm not going to renew Stefan's lease, that the flat that when his 2 months are up. I'll ask him to leave, or else get the authorities involved. Well, that's about the only thing I'm certain of right now. I have no idea what he's doing in my bloody property. What's making that bad smell, or who the other person is. Things have gotten pretty bad at this point, as I knew they would. But I have a really grim gut feeling that they can get infinitely worse than getting Stefan out of the flat is going to be much more trouble than I ever imagined it would. It's not even worth the money anymore. No amount of money is worth finding out what he's done something awful in there. I'll try to keep you guys updated in the future if I'm still in a fit state to do so. Because God only knows what untold horrors await for me in that flat. And God knows what Stefan will resort to in his efforts to keep me and everyone else from finding out. Wish me luck, guys. Things are definitely about to get weird. Born in London, England, 14-year-old Hannah Williams was living her life normally. Her parents got separated when she wasn't even born. After giving birth, her mother raised her alone as a single parent. Hannah was fond of fashion, and she loved to go shopping in Deptford area where she often went for shopping, so the market traders knew her very well. And on the 21st of April 2001, she went window shopping in Deptford after telling her mom, but little did she know that this could be her last trip. Minutes after leaving home, Hannah received a phone call, but after that, she disappeared. She was also supposed to meet a friend in the evening, but she never showed up. Hannah's mother, Bernadette, called her cell phone multiple times, but she did not answer. She waited several hours for Hannah to return home, but she didn't. When Hannah did not return, her mother reported it to the police, and the search for Hannah began. Confusion rose when one of her friends reported seeing her, so it was presumed that she had run away from home, and search stopped. After a year later, on the 15th of March 2002, when Hannah's mother was watching TV, she saw on the news that a girl's remains had been found. She instantly recognized the clothes to be Hannah's, which she had been wearing before her disappearance. The police were conducting the search for another missing victim, 15-year-old Danielle Jones, who had disappeared on the 18th of June 2001 when she was on her way to school in East Tilbury, Essex. They found a girl's body at cement works in an industrial area of Northfleet, Kent. Apparently, a workman was using a digger in order to clear the dense undergrowth when he saw a dead body. He immediately informed police after it, It was assumed that the found remains are of Danielle, but her mother recognized her on TV and immediately rushed to the scene. The day Hannah disappeared, she was wearing black sleeveless top under a denim jacket. There was a pattern of gold leaves on her top, burgundy trousers, a gold chain, and 2 gold ear studs. The final DNA reports, even after post-mortem being inconclusive, confirmed that the found body is Hannah's. Media was silent for a few days, but then again, they started reporting that it is possible that the found body could be of Danielle Jones, the 15-year-old middle school girl who was gone missing a year ago. During the investigation, police found that right after she went to the shopping trip, Hannah received a phone call by the phone of a woman named Mary Skolin. The woman had an affair with Hannah's father and had been her friend after that. She was living with a man named Robert Howard back in 1999. That was when she introduced him to Hannah. He had previously been involved in multiple sex crimes and had a record about it, and Skolin had no idea about that. 8 days after the discovery of Hannah's dead body, police arrested Robert Howard on the 23rd of March 2002. According to a site, Mirror Online, police believe that Howard lured Hannah using 13-second call by Mary Skolin's device. Howard abducted her and raped her. When Hannah fought back in attempts to free herself from him, he strangled her by a blue rope. After killing Hannah, Howard wrapped her body in a tarpaulin and threw her in a tunnel in the abandoned Circle Cement Works in North Fleet. The blue rope was still tied around her neck when the body was found. Miss Skolin did not know about the crime history of her new boyfriend Howard, and when Hannah went to see her at her home on Montagham, South London, Hannah encountered Howard and was introduced by Miss Skolin. After Hannah Williams' body was discovered and Robert was arrested on the 23rd of March 2022, the trials began, and during the trial, his sex criminal history was revealed. He had been a sex offender of several cases throughout his life. Robert Howard was born on the 20th of April 1944 in a village named Wolfhill in County Loyalty, Republic of Ireland. His first conviction was at the age of 13 for burglary. He attempted to rape a 6-year-old girl in London at the age of 19. After that, he was sent to prison for burglary and attempted rape in Cork. Robert was also suspected in several disappearance cases of women and girls. Jojo Dolan of Callan and Annie McCarrick of New York Tourist was also one of the cases he was suspect of. McCarrick was disappeared in 1993. It was the same year when Howard was convicted of unlawful carnal knowledge of a girl under 17 in the rape case of a 16-year-old girl in Castlederg, County Tyrone in Northern Ireland. Robert was on bail on the 14th of August 1994, and the 15-year-old Arlene Arkinson went missing in Bondurant County, Donegal. Her body was never found, and she was presumed dead. It was reported that Arlene was last seen with Robert in a car. He was arrested 6 weeks after the disappearance of Arlene. Robert Howard was found guilty at his trial at Maidstone Crown Court in October of 2003 for the rape and murder of Hannah Williams. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with no minimum term. He was again held for trial in 2005 on charges of murdering Arlene Atkinson. An inquest was begun into Arlene's death in February 2016, which included the testimony of his earlier offenses. The testimony claimed him to be extremely dangerous to Arlene at the time of her disappearance. Another inquest found him guilty of Arlene's murder in 2021 and was ruled that he should have been arrested immediately. Howard spent the rest of his life in prison and was found dead at the age of 71 on the 2nd of October 2015. Hannah's case was discussed by criminologist Professor Fiona Brookman in a 2005 book titled Understanding Homicide. She said, Hannah's disappearance never attracted the kind of headlines that followed the disappearance of Danielle Jones, a 15-year-old schoolgirl who went missing 2 months after Hannah's disappearance, nor the widespread media coverage of the disappearance of the Millie Dowler at 13 years old. Despite the best efforts of the National Missing Persons Helpline to generate significant media coverage of all vulnerable missing persons, the media only tends to focus on particular cases that fit in with their publications. The vulnerable cases which generate the great publicity tend to be those where the missing person is white, female, from a middle-class, 2-parent stable family, and there is no indication that the young person may have run away. Hannah did not fit all these criteria. She was not the model middle-class schoolgirl. Rather, she was from a working-class background. Her parents were estranged, and she wore a stud in her nose.
I'll always think of Leah as my first love. It just wasn't meant to be. It didn't seem fair to either one of us. I was going off to college halfway across the country. Even at that age, I knew long-distance relationships just didn't work. There may have been a small amount of selfishness involved in my decision, but I assumed Leah would be fine. I put it off as long as I could. With just a week left, I broke the news, and it didn't go well. I spent the entire night trying to convince her that it was for the best, but she never fully seemed to accept it, and things would just get messier from there on. I left that Friday and put that part of my life behind me. Classes kept me busy during the week, but I also worked hard to make friends. Meeting new people isn't hard when you live in the dorms. I was there maybe a month when I met Stacy. She was a sophomore living on the floor above me. We had a lot in common and began dating exclusively almost immediately. This was also about the time the letters started. It was like she knew that I'd met someone and wanted to destroy it. From then on, a week didn't pass without a letter from Leah. I read them and sometimes wrote back in the beginning, but they all began to sound the same after a point. When I returned home for Christmas, she showed up unannounced. She couldn't understand why I had stopped answering the letters. I had explained it over and over. The relationship was done, and it was past time to move on. I felt like I was speaking to a wall at that point. Not a single word got through to her, and I reached my boiling point. I told her to go away and never bother me again. I left her alone on that porch to cry herself out, and she finally left at around 4 a.m. I felt bad for doing things that way, but I just wanted it all to be over. If it took being cruel, so be it. She'd be better off in the long run, and the remainder of my holiday was quiet. I returned to school with a positive outlook and a renewed vigor. It finally appeared my Leah problem was solved, but instead, she escalated things to an entirely new level. Everything came to a head one night in my dorm room. Stacy and I were watching a movie with the lights off. There may have been a little light petting going on. I was occupied when Stacy started yelling. I looked up to see her pointing at the window. Through a small crack in the blinds, I could see a pair of eyes looking in. I grabbed the string and pulled the blinds up. Leah was standing there with a shocked look on her face. I called campus security without saying a word to her. She ran off, but was caught trying to get away a few minutes later. I was determined to end it right there and then. I intended to press charges and get a restraining order against her, and I urged Stacy to do the same. And to her credit, she came up with a better and less complex idea. When security asked what I wanted to do, I put it into Leah's hands. I promised I would take no further action if she promised to leave that second and never contact me or Stacy ever again. It was a big risk, but I was willing to take it. I guess there was still that small part of myself that felt guilty for the breakup. She reluctantly agreed, and the officers allowed her to leave. To be honest, I never expected her to keep the agreement. Nonetheless, it's been 9 years, and I've received no visits, texts, or phone calls from her. There was one short sympathy letter that she sent upon the death of my grandfather. I was so comforted by that thought that I just let it pass. I can't speak as to whether or not Stacy has heard anything, but I suspect that she's had the same experience. I did return home to work in my dad's company after college and have seen Leah around town on occasion, and we just do our best to avoid each other. I've been told in the intervening years that she is married and began a family, and I wish her all the luck in the world and hope the marriage proves to be a very long and happy one.
Hey guys, thanks so much for all the support. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please feel free to do so. I can't say Andre was a particularly weird dude. I didn't know him well, but every time we did speak, he came across as completely normal. He was a pretty quiet guy, not very talkative, but then again, I've never been either. His personal interactions with others, at least the ones I witnessed, appeared totally above board. And as far as I'm aware, he did okay in classes and never had any more trouble with his teachers than anyone else. What I'm saying is nobody I hung out with had any concerns about his sanity. The events of the coming years, which should show how horrible and terrible judge of character I had, then maybe those close to him knew the true face behind the mask. As for me, when the facts of this case came out, I was shocked that it only got worse from there. As often happens, life moved on after high school, as did Di, and Andre became a small part of my childhood. That one morning, as I flipped through my newspaper, the face from my past was staring back at me, and when I read in the article adjoined, it meant my blood run cold. Since I'm not a professional writer, I thought I used the account the Texas Tribune's managing editor Brandy Grimson used in a feature she wrote for Texas Monthly. She states by 2004, Andre was 21 years old, deeply mentally ill, and receiving no treatment. On the bright, clear morning of March 27th, a change up the stairs to the third-floor apartment where Laura, his estranged wife, lived, and kicked in the door. Her boyfriend had already left for work. Andre was holding 3 knives, one of each of his intended victims. He first encountered Laura, who ran toward him screaming now. Andre plunged a knife into her chest. He then reached in and pulled out what he believed was her heart. He'd in fact extracted part of her lung. Next, he headed for the children's room, where Andre Jr. and 1-year-old Leah were sleeping. Andre held down his 4-year-old son and stabbed him before moving on to Leah. He carved out each of the children's hearts. Finally, Andre jammed a knife into his own chest 3 times and laid down beside Laura on the living room floor, expecting to die. Confounded when he didn't, he slipped the organs he had removed into his pocket and walked more than 5 miles home. A few hours later, he went to the Sherman Police Department where he confessed to the murders and asked if he would be forgiven. I thought it was what God wanted me to do. He later told investigators after undergoing emergency surgery to repair his life-threatening stab wounds. Andre was moved to the Grayson County Jail, where his behavior became more and more psychotic. He gestured wildly and announced that he was going to save the world. He claimed to be the 13th warrior of the dollar bill and said that Laura and the children weren't dead, but that their hearts had been freed from evil. Horrified doesn't begin to describe my feelings upon reading this. He had always been hiding the monster inside him, or as often happens, had the specter of schizophrenia gradually take hold of him as he entered into his early 20s. It's an answer I doubt I'll ever get. Almost everything written on the case focuses on the monstrosity of the crimes rather than its causes. As shocking as this all was, the case was destined to only become more bizarre. I figured once the trial eventually came around, Andre would eventually be found guilty and given multiple life sentences or the death penalty. No matter the result, he would do just as he had before and slip to the back of my mind, perhaps only to be thought of on very rare occasions. It appears, however, he wasn't quite ready to be forgotten. Just 6 days after taking the lives of his family, my old school acquaintance gouged out his right eye. It was claimed he did so because of a Bible passage he'd read. Even after all this odd behavior, he was deemed fit to stand trial for capital murder. Just as I'd imagined when the time came, he was found guilty for all 3 murders and sentenced to death. The people for Texas had spoken, and the time had come for Andre to move off to his new home on death row. As before, I foolishly believed his and my stories had diverged for the last time, and nothing more could happen. Andre had one more card up his sleeve to play, however, and one more I left to black out. Once again, the story said he blinded himself because of the very same Bible verse. However, this time, he upped the ante on 2 counts. Rather than stabbing out the offending eye, he yanked it out from the socket. The second part was far more gruesome. When the guard had discovered him in his cell covered in blood at the location of said owl, the answer was simple. He didn't it. Despite what he'd printed in all of the sensationalist newspaper articles, the true reason for blinding himself seems to be an attempt to force the state of Texas to give him the psychiatric care he'd been asking for since his arrest. The appears he'd gotten his wish, but as it stands now, his death sentence remains standing. The way things are currently, Andre is being held in a state psychiatric facility, awaiting his day with the executioner. That's the extent of any information I've been able to come across. As recently as 2013, a Texas Court of Criminal Appeal judge found the defendant clearly crazy, but also sane under Texas law. While I'm not here to discuss the finer points of whether the death penalty is a good or bad thing, that's a far deeper length, and I'm prepared to wait until I think we could all agree the man has some problems. I've included only the most important facts in my retelling, but you will have no problem finding more through a simple internet search if you're so inclined. However, I do warn you, the remaining details are not for the faint of heart. For some readers, the outright gruesome nature may prove to be too much. You've been warned. Back when I was in college, I used to work evening shifts at an independent coffee shop that happened to be right next door to this little bagel place. I think there must have been some degree of collusion between the two owners, as the bagel place was geared to be like a health nut place, whereas all the baked goods the coffee shop produced had like diabetes-inducing levels of sugar in them. So naturally, I'd often gone to the bagel place to grab a bite to eat before clocking in for my shift. Since the sugar craft that followed, one of the cinnamon buns was about as debilitating as they come, but that's how I met Tom. Tom worked full-time at the bagel place, and he was there to take my order like 9 out of 10 times that I stopped by. It wasn't long before he knew my order off by heart. Shortly after that, we were on first-name terms, and the more familiar we got, the more little gentle flirting entered into our daily exchanges. Wasn't mad about it? He was kind of cute, and it certainly didn't sting that he started giving me discounts. After a month or so, he asked me if I have a boyfriend. I said no. So he asked me if I'd like to grab a drink or something after our shift ends. The bagel place and the coffee shop closed within a half an hour of each other. I said sure, because why not, right? But oh my God, if I'd have known that kind of guy Tom was and have just resigned myself to getting fat from the Danishes at work, a few extra pounds would be easy to shake. But a full-blown stalker, not so much. Okay, so I didn't meet Tom after work that day, as I was too busy with an upcoming deadline. However, we did arrange to meet over the weekend, so we could see if we click. It definitely wasn't the greatest date I'd ever been on. Like, I don't think whatever chemistry we had really translated into a social conversational setting, but I didn't write them off altogether, and we agreed to go out next time we were both free. It's so weird to think he actually gave me space at first, like we went 48 hours at a time without talking sometimes. It really did seem chill. But then came the day when I walked into the bagel place and the manager was working the evening shift. This is highly out of the ordinary, so I asked her if Tom was sick or something. It's then she hits me with Tom isn't employed here anymore. We decided it was best that we parted ways. I'm shocked. So while I'm waiting for my order, I text Tom to ask him what the heck happened with his parting ways business. He replies pretty quickly, telling me that the manager had caught him giving me a discount and fired him as a result. Immediately, I felt terribly guilty, and I get the idea that if I pay off the difference from what was owed, I could maybe talk her into giving him his old job back. So right when I collected my bagel, I politely offered to pay back the discount if she considered offering Thomas's job back. I kind of embellished a little, making out that I'm the one who manipulated him into doing it, and the whole time the manager has this wow expression on her face. I think I'm making a solid point. She comes back with, "Oh, is that what he told you?" According to her, Tom hadn't been fired for giving discounts. It was her own policy that employees of local businesses get money off their food. He'd been fired because she'd received a number of complaints from female customers regarding his behavior towards them. His no was the flirt a little offered discounts, then eventually asked for the number. Those who handed it over didn't have a problem. Those that refused got cussed out before he refused service altogether. She claimed she actually had security footage of him going off when a customer, and some of the language he used was absolutely abhorrent. She planned on giving him a final warning over the incident that she prefers to work with and mentor junior staff instead of just kicking them to the curb. But the one thing she can't deal with is liars. Not realizing the footage came with audio, Tom tries to lie his way out of the predicament by claiming the disagreement was because the lady had tried to give him a fake $10 bill. That's like a pathological level of dishonesty, right? They're still insisting on the lies when confronted with overwhelming evidence to the contrary. I just remember apologizing for the intrusion and thanked her for setting me straight before I headed over to work to clock in. Tom was still expecting a reply at that point, but I just had no idea what to say to him. I wasn't even sure if I was ever going to talk to him again. I mean, that could have been me getting cussed out if I had the gall to turn them down. When I finished my shift, I got my phone out of my purse, and I find that I had a grand total of 12 butt notifications, all with Tom's name attached. They started off all gentle at first. "Have a good shift. Text me when you finish," etc. But around 8 p.m., there was obviously a point where he learned of the interaction between me and his former manager, and he was not happy about that. Not one bit. "Oh, so you're just going to believe the exploitative employer over the person she's been taking advantage of? This is exactly what's wrong with the American labor market. Even the workers are bootlickers," was the general tone of his messages. I'm not even saying I entirely disagree, but the whole thing left such a bad taste in my mouth, but I wasn't interested in seeing him at all. When I got home from work, I blocked Tom's number, deleted my contact details, and figured that would be that. But oh, how wrong I was. A few days later, I'm working the evening shift, crouched down stocking the mini fridge. I finish up, close the fridge. Then when I stand and turn around, Tom stood at the register. I tried to be as warm and friendly as possible, asking how he's been and stuff. But I completely avoid the fact that we haven't spoken since his little text tirade. At first, I think I dodged a bullet, as he's perfectly civil and goes on to order a drink. But like right as I'm handing him his drink, he decides to make it super awkward. "So I guess you're pretty much done with me, He didn't say it in that particularly aggressive way, but it was loud and jarring enough to attract the attention of almost everyone in the store. I feel like I'm about to cringe out of existence, but somehow I maintain my corporal form and say in as lower a voice as possible, "This isn't the time or place. Please drop it." He just smiles, nods, and starts walking away. But instead of actually walking out of the door like I thought it was going to, he just takes a seat right in the middle of the store and proceeds to just stare at the register area in between baby sips of his coffee. And that's basically how it started. Tom would show up for coffee almost every time I was working, and every time he would just sit there for like an hour, staring me down whenever I was at the register. He was never rude or awkward about it, not after the initial incident anyway. So despite the fact that my boss had assured me that any funny business would result in a lifetime ban, he was reluctant to kick him out for being a little weird, as he phrased it. That got to be a kind of running joke about it, to everyone calling him Bicky Stalker, and I have to admit that one about upselling the Portuguese custard tarts until he was too fat to chase me, that one really didn't make me smile. But boy did that stop being funny. After the first time, he followed me home. After that, things got serious. I called the cops, got some advice from their fixated persons unit, and they actually paid Tom a visit to warn him off stalking me. But apparently he was only deterred for about a week, and what followed was a painfully slow escalation of intensity that culminated in the following. And that the 24 times had followed me up till that point, Tom had either stayed on the street corner and watched me walk into my building, or stood outside the building and looked up at the windows like he was trying to work out exactly which unit I was in. But on the day in question, I was so used to him keeping his distance that I didn't even notice that he was almost right behind me by the time I got to my door. Seeing him so close actually elicited the kind of squeal from me I'm definitely not proud of. But Jesus Christ, seeing him right there just about scared the poop out of me. I absolutely bowled it inside. Never been so grateful that the lock was operated by a key fob instead of an actual key. Tom just stayed at the door, banging on it and telling me to get my butt out there, that I had to be an adult and talk to him about it. Whatever it was, since he was banging on the door and screaming in the street, I was totally freaking out. And naturally, my first move is to call the cops. But I think he was banging so hard, acting like I was the one inside because the building I live in at the time looked exactly like all the other family homes on the block. To him, I could have quite easily been the only person living there only. That wasn't quite the case. I had the top floor of the house. Well, the bottom floor was occupied entirely by this Puerto Rican guy who worked night shifts. Keep in mind that this whole thing is going on in a Saturday afternoon, smack bang in the middle of this guy's sleeping time. So while I'm praying for the cops to show up in time, an unlikely savior is about to come to my rescue. So imagine you're me. Oh, you can hear us, Biggie. If you think that you can just punk guys like me and I'll face the consequences, you're dumber than you look. Bang, bang, bang. The out of nowhere and even deeper, louder voice starts booming over the first like, "Hey, are you crazy? I'm trying to sleep here." My neighbor from downstairs. His name actually turned out to be Luis, is wearing nothing but a pair of shorts, and he's screaming in Tom's face as he backs down the steps of our building. Tom starts saying something back to him, but Luis keeps shouting over him, telling him to get lost. Get it doesn't like he's interested in backing down just yet. Then again, out of nowhere, I hear Luis say, "Oh, you're gonna tase me, bro," before the confrontation gets physical. Everyone else in the streets is fixated on the fistfight that's now going down, but all I can focus on is what Luis said, "Tase me." Tom and brought a taser, presumably to use on me. Now by that point, because the cops were getting called about the fight on top of my stalking complaint, a marked patrol car rolls onto the scene. With a by now bloody Tom trying to walk away from the scene, the cops initially go for Luis, drawing their guns and demanding a show of hands. Buddy responds with, "Hey, I'm the victim here. This guy just tried to tase me." The cops and I watch as Tom starts to walk faster away from the scene, which obviously prompts the cops to chase him down and arrest him for carrying a concealed weapon or whatever they had in mind. Finally, my stalker was in police custody, only wouldn't catch charges for the actual stalking. He ended up going to jail for the one thing cops could stick to him, the contents of his backpack. On the one day that Tom had decided to act on this little fixation and move in to take me, or whatever, he had come with a pre-prepared kidnap kit, along with a few other choice items. According to the detective I spoke to after the fact, Tom had chosen to confront me that day while carrying duct tape, a length of electrical cord, a kind of retractable baton, and a box of 100 different contraceptives. For some reason, is that last part that particularly creeped me out, not so much their inclusion, but the sheer freaking number of them. At his trial for conspiracy to commit kidnapping, Tom's attorney argued the state was trying to wrongfully prosecute a man who had been unfortunate enough to be assaulted by an unhinged parolee, whilst caring nothing more about malicious than home supplies. The persecution had a different story. Not only had they obtained CCTV image of Tom showing up at my job on a total of 31 separate occasions over the course of 2 months, but a search of his home had turned up some extremely disturbing discoveries. What Tom had in his backpack that day was just a fraction of the kidnap kit that it assembled. He in all kind of handcuffs, ankle cuffs, ring gags, and latex masks. But by far the most disturbing was the surgical tools and the Civaflorin canister face mask combo. Yeah, I had to ask what Civaflorin was too. It turns out it's similar to chloroform that knocks you out, stuff that you put on a rag. He had tons of creepy stuff on his hard drive, including guides to kidnapping, hiding, and eventually breaking his prospective victims through a combination of brainwashing and beating. He also had a bunch of foreign language comic books that seemed to focus heavily on carnal torture, I suppose you could say. The prosecution just piled on all this evidence until it was quite clear to both the judge and jury that Tom was an extremely dangerous individual. I was terrified he'd escape justice via some loophole or something. Maybe he'd have rich parents who could pay for some smart lawyer. But no. Not even his clean rap sheet saved him from getting a solid 22-year sentence for conspiracy to commit kidnapping. As you can imagine, it was quite an ordeal, and I had to make a number of court appearances to confirm that I was one of the subjects of his many fixations. It was the most stressful experience of my life without a shadow of a doubt, and a part of me wonders just how many of those 22 years he'll really end up doing. And when he does get out, will he really have changed? Or am I going to be walking on my driveway one day when I feel a hand on my shoulder? My goodness, turn around and see the face of a man who wants to finish what he started. Some say he was in a house fire. The flames had gnawed the skin like an old candle. Others swore he was struck by lightning as a child and that the bolt head forked directly into the poor boy's face. The rumors that he looked the way he did because of some horrifying nuclear accident at the nearby Donetsk power plant. Men swore he was real. Others said that it was all a lie. But back in the day, almost everyone in the greater Pittsburgh area had heard some variation of the Charlie No-Face urban legend. Some called them the Green Man, others the Monster of Beaver County, but the details were essentially the same. Some older Pennsylvanian even claimed to have met Charlie No-Face when they were younger, saying it was by far the single most terrifying moment of their lives. They described it like shaking hands with a Jersey Devil or sharing a makeup mirror with a Powder and Bloody Mary. We thought it was impossible. But there it is. Clear as day, really is you and me, because Charlie No-Face was real. And the story is just about as terrifying and tragic as a person can imagine. On August 16, 1919, an 8-year-old boy named Ray Robinson was taking a walk with his sister and a few other friends out near Newcastle, Pennsylvania. At some point, the children looked up to see a rather fetching bird's nest perched atop a nearby tree. Only, this tree happened to be dangerously close to an abandoned railway bridge. It's thought the children were engaged in an activity known as egging, in which children would cruelly steal birds' eggs in order to preserve paint or display them. But when Ray didn't know what was that just a year earlier, another boy had tried to climb the exact same tree and had managed to touch one of the exposed wires that still had a current running through it. The boy died a slow, painful death over the course of 2 weeks, and Ray was about to make exactly the same near-fatal mistake. A horrifying amount of current ran through his young body, so much those eyes, lips, ears, and nose were all hideously malformed, burned away completely. One of his arms was frazzled and rendered useless by the subsequent fall, while one of his hands was blown clean off of his wrist by the force of the electrical current. He went through an ungodly amount of pain suffering. But with the hard work of some top local doctors, little Ray Robinson miraculously survived. As you can imagine, Ray's life became extremely difficult after the accident, and not sure because of his injuries. Many of the larger Victorian-era homes in rural Pennsylvania, including the one Ray grew up in, really can be something to behold. The extravagant architecture include high ceilings, grand bay windows, and often the privacy of personal in-suite bathroom fixtures. In some cases, the level of domestic self-sufficiency meant that a person could remain in one isolated corner of the house for days, perhaps even weeks on end, as just as much as it could be used to provide a sense of comfortable solitude. Such features made for rather horrible gilded cages for people like Ray, and the South's family kept his monstrous form hidden away from the terrible public mile counts. Ray was kept isolated and shunned even by his own family. But he wasn't entirely mistreated during his upbringing. He was amply fed, and his love of baseball was indulged by parents that provided them with both baseball cards and a wireless radio with which he could listen to games. His parents also understood that he needed to keep busy, and also that they needed to teach him to function in society. They provided him with the means to learn Braille, and even taught him out of fashion wallets indoor mats that have used rubber tires. When he came of age, his family revealed a renovated apartment that made for him, sent into the family garage. It was much closer to them both physically and emotionally, and it meant the world to a young man who had been so terribly misunderstood for most of his young life. Only as he grew, a yearning to roam free burned in him. So in a small act of rebellion, Ray slipped out of the house in the dead of night and walked the highway near the family home. It became something of a habit. He enjoyed the feeling of the tarmac underfoot, the feeling of the breeze on the skin. After a while, he went from walking the highways once or twice a week to almost every night, always alone and always at night. And this is where the real-life Ray Robinson became a walking, talking urban legend. Most nights, on the rare occasion that a car did come along, Ray was so frightened by the sound of the oncoming engine that it scampered off the road and hid among the foliage. But after a while, he found he was unafraid of the roaring vehicles if he stuck to the side of the road. That didn't seem to bother him, so he made the decision to stop hiding. One day, Ray was walking along the highway when once again he heard the sound of an oncoming car. It, unlike so many times before, and the vehicle had just rolled on by having not caught him in its headlights. Ray, or the screech of tires on the road behind him. A man cried out into the night, revving his engine the way that sounded a lot like reversing Ray Spooked, bolted off the road and into the cover of some trees. Ray swore off his nightly walks for a while, but the damage was done, and in nearby Elwood City, rumors began to spread that the man with no face. The first sighting didn't cause too much of a stir. People just thought the storyteller was tired, crazy, or drunk. But after a few months, a second sighting of an obviously restless Ray Robinson caused something of a frenzy among the local townsfolk. People would scour the length of the Route 351 once the sun had set, desperate to confirm the rumors of Charlie No-Face for themselves. But one by one, the people of Elwood found the rumors were all true. As one might expect, Ray's rather unusual appearances was the subject of equal parts fascination and revulsion. But for the most part, those that encountered him were not without compassion. People we began to offer him cigarettes or beer to amenities he had never had the fortune or misfortune to partake in, and like many of us, he found that he enjoyed them. It also seems that he was partial to having his picture taken, and as there are many confirmed photographs of Ray with smiling local arms around his shoulder, as if he was a beloved celebrity. Again, rumors spread that Charlie No-Face likes beers and smokes, and the town folks would bring tributes to Ray on a nearly nightly basis, and this only further incentivized his nightly rambles down Route 351. But not everyone who sought him out had good intentions. According to some Elwood residents, Ray was attacked and beaten up on more than one occasion. One person even tells the story of how one particular cruel character filled a bottle of beer up with his own urine, shielded it, then gave it to the blind wanderer on one of his Moonlight Jonesy. Some would stop him, not for to give him a ride, then simply drive in the middle of nowhere and kick them out the car. Shocking, but not surprising, as anyone even remotely familiar with humanity might be quick to remind you. When older Elmwood residents tells the story of driving down Wallace Run Road late at night with his friends, they brought with them a case of beer, a straw, and some cigarettes, and their usual tribute to the Green Man. Although his friends had seen Charlie No-Face before, our narrator had yet to have the pleasure. And when Rave Robinson finally presented themselves in the flesh right in the seat next to him, the man said he was frozen in terror. Everything they said about him was true, and his face really was green. And as it turns out, there's a rather grim reason behind the discoloration, as Ray's nose was basically an open wound for his entire adult life, and as a result, he often suffered from quite dangerous infections, thus turning his space a slightly verdant woo. People need to understand, the resident was quoted as saying this was a human being, a real person, and someone who endured one of the most tragic lives I've ever encountered. Underneath it all was this beautiful, kind man. Somewhere, there exists a photograph of Ray Robinson posing with a woman. It's clear that she's happy, that she's unafraid of him, and the way she holds him speaks to the warmth that she has for a man she may never ever have met before. All based on a well-deserved reputation of being a kind and gentle spirit that wouldn't let her life-changing accident keep them down. There's also an interview with a man whose brother was killed in action during the Vietnam War. By his own admission, his fascination with Charlie No-Face was a rather eccentric one, but he also credits Ray Robinson with helping through the darkest periods of grief he'd suffered so far. Ray wasn't just an urban legend, he was a real flesh and blood man, and a good one at that. Ray was living in an assisted living facility when he passed away in 1981, as grave as in the Grandview Cemetery located in 139 Norwood Drive in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. And coincidentally, it's just a few plots away from the little boy electrocuted in the exact same manner, just a year before his own accident. Occasionally, someone comes along to put fresh flowers down in Ray's grave. It's not clear whether this is one person or many, but the message is clear. Ray's legacy lives on, but it's in the terrifying tales the man with no face on love that those who came to know him show. So here's the Ray Robinson, the urban legend who turned out to be very, very real, and who deserves the rest in the deepest and most heavenly peace.
But last autumn, my dad gave me something that he'd been keeping hold of that would spark off something of an interest in the First World War. It was the 11th of November, Armistice Day, when my dad walked into my room and handed me a small leather-bound book that looked like it was 100 years old. But I suppose that's because it was, in fact, even older than that. He told me to be very, very delicate with it because it was a family heirloom and incredibly precious. The kind of thing that could easily find its way into a museum one day, but instead, we kept it as a close reminder of how our family had a close connection to one of the most horrific events in world history. Before that, history was something of an abstract concept, something that dead old man did that had little bearing on my own life. But in that moment, I realized it was just as flesh and blood as I was, since my family had a deep connection with it, that it was just as much a part of me as it was for them. My dad explained that the little book was a diary kept by my great-great-granddad, who had fought with Northumberland Fusier in the Battle of the Pressing during the First World War. And since it was Armistice Day, that it was a perfect time to get me to get acquainted with that. But as I said, it wasn't just an account of his experiences in World War I. It was a record
of how he had been present at one of the darkest episodes in the history of humanity. It was the 22nd of April, 1915. Just after dawn this morning, the Germans opened up with a very heavy torrent. It was a lot of rifle bullets at first, pinging over our heads as he got down in the trenches. But then, we heard the machine gun fire, kicking off this clacker, clacker, clacker. The bullets whizzing over our heads. We didn't know what they were trying to hit. All that fire seemed like a waste of bullets, and despite all the racket, we actually laughed at how we seemed to have been sent to face a division of blind Germans. But as it turned out, they were all part of their horrible plan to get us as low down in the trenches as they could, to be fodder for what came next. Once the fire had pettered out, I took a little look over the trench to make sure that there were no German stormtroopers rushing our trenches to toss bombs inside. But just before I did, I heard the strangest noise coming from no man's land, like a kind of sizzling you might expect to hear from a pan of frying bacon or the like. Then, when I finally looked, I saw something that made my blood run cold. It was like a yellowy green wall of mist approaching our position, thick and heavy, almost clinging to the ground, had rolled across, and it was ginormous, at least 20 feet up in the air. I really do mean it was like a great wall approaching us. There was absolutely no escaping it. We had no earthly idea what it was that was approaching us, but it put the fear of God into us regardless. And it began to roll over us. That's when men started to choke. I started coughing and sputtering, this thick, mucousy saliva cascading from our lips, my eyes burning, and my nostrils did to any bit of exposed fleshy skin the stuff touched turned to burn horribly. I didn't quite see it at the time, but some men tried to escape the cloud of death by lying down in the trenches, which was definitely not the right thing to do, as it was heavier than air and concentrated near the ground. Those who tried that were suffocated, where they lay snuffed out, something we had absolutely no understanding of. We had no form protection from it. All we could really do was wet out handkerchiefs in the muddy water at the bottom of the trench and put it over our mouths, same as you do to stop yourself from inhaling smoke. We were ordered to hold her position at first, but after a few minutes, even the officers and other parts of the trench more badly hit than us started to run from the gas. In the end, we had escaped the trenches and ran back towards the mine and road. There you could see these chaps just laying there, gasping for breath, and they were dying in one of the worst ways imaginable. But worse for us was that we had absolutely no idea how to alleviate their suffering. It was so confusing that one of our sergeants took this big jar of Vaseline and started applying it inside the throats of some of these poor young blokes. It didn't help, of course, but I think the point was to help him feel like he was doing something, anything, to help the poor buggers. And my God, the state of them that were swelling up, swelling and changing colors. They asphyxiated on their own lung fluid, just rows and rows of men, turning purple and blue, before they died. Some others that had only breath and a little were desperately trying to drink muddy water from ditches at the side of the road. That didn't do them any good. It just made them sicker. Our eyes were streaming with tears, burning like the devil. But luckily for me, I could still see. There was nothing we could do for those that were blinded, but they needed some kind of comfort. Something to at least give them an idea that their wounds couldn't be treated. All we had were rows of bandages from our first aid kit, which we carried in the corner of our tunic. So we unrolled the bandages and wrapped them around the heads of those that were blinded. Before we marched back towards a plan for treatment, I was put at the head of the column of 10 or 12 blind men, each with a hand on their shoulder of the man in front. Or you could see around you was columns of blind men being led back from the front lines. It was truly haunting. But perhaps The most haunting part was that on our way back, we marched near the riverbank. It was there that I saw hundreds of bodies floating in the water. Men had gone down into the river, trying to drink the water to soothe the burning in their throats. Then they died in the water because of the bloating effect of the gas. They just floated up to the surface and started floating downstream. It was a river of bodies, and it's an image I don't think I'll ever forget as long as I live. I have to go roll call soon to see just how many are left, but I don't think there are many at all. God help those of us that are well enough to carry on the fight, because I know we'll have to face this news and terrible threat again, and soon. That's all there is in that particular section of his diary regarding the Battle of the Pira. But I sat there and read it in one more sitting, totally engrossed. I had no idea I had a family member that had been involved in something so utterly terrifying, something that I think would have driven me mad if I had been forced to witness it. Reading that diary was more terrifying than any Stephen King novel I've read, because I know it was real. I know the river bodies was actually a real thing and not drawn from the imagination of some dumb writer. After that, I couldn't stop reading about World War I, knowing my great-great-grandfather was a part of it. A lot of it is pure horror, but nothing disturbed me as much as reading about the first gas attack. I'm sure you all agree. Being subjected to that sort of new and terrifying technology would have truly been hell on earth.